And welcome in to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and the reason why your screen is black is because we have just had a catastrophic failure of our camera, and there is no saving it. Everything's been tried. This is, we've had the video sensor card in the camera go out, and there is no hope of trying to, save that, and we do not have an extra. It was working fine last night. I had it in Portales for Lovington basketball, and plugging it in today, and there were. It's black, and the sensor is out, and so when that happens, the camera just will not function. The camera is now toast. The camera is going to have to be replaced. A new camera is going to have to be bought, and we know that because this is exactly what has happened before when when it goes out. They have a life, and they get used an awful lot, and this one has just gone kaput, and all of our other equipment is being used, and this has happened of course, at the last minute. So we will have audio, but there will be no video, and I'm so disappointed. I am as disappointed or more than you. And if you tuned in to watch this game, to be able to see it, we just cannot bring you the video because our camera has just died, and there is no resuscitating it. So apologies, and again, I'll have the audio, and we will the score bug. The score bug is not even going to function. Nothing is going to show. Nothing going through the camera is going to show. Going through the boxcast. The boxcast is functioning just fine. So I really don't know if there's going to be. I think that there will be nothing on the screen because it all runs through the camera to be able to show you the sponsors on the banner at the bottom, and then the score bug at the top. And so without the camera functioning, I'm not sure of what you're seeing. It may just be all black, or there may actually be a banner and a score bug. I'm going to keep the score just in case. Of course, I keep the score book, but we keep the score bug that you see on the screen. That has to be done separately. So I'll do it just in case it's coming through or showing. But again, it's going to be audio only to get the Hobbs softball doubleheader going here against Las Cruces Mayfield. Again, this is their home opener under new head coach Anthony Boyle. He's been an assistant for a couple of years and so he's not new to the program at all. And I know that gave him a big hug before this broadcast started. He was up here turning in the lineups, and he is very happy to be the head coach of the Lady Eagles now. And they are 1-0 coming into this game. They defeated Lubbock Coronado on Saturday 19-5, a good win. But Mayfield is also very good. They're coming in 3-0, and they have already beaten Deming and one of the other Las Cruces teams. And I wrote that down. They are 3-0 coming into this, and man, their wins have been slugfest. So they've been winning by a big margin. So a hitting team coming in, and they are going to be up to the plate first. So I'll be able to, of course, give you the audio, the play-by-play of these two games. This is the first of a doubleheader, and up first for Las Cruces from Mayfield would be number 7, Emma Enoch, playing left field. And let's get this one going. First pitch ready to go on the mound for Hobbs. We have the pitch in, first pitch, and it is a strike. Good way to start off this game. So 1-0 the count, or 0-1 the count rather. So this, nice call, strike 2. Good speed on the corner. 0-2 count. Quickly ahead of this batter for sure. With Anaya Chavarria on the mound for the Lady Eagles, and that's a ball. Of course, she was way ahead in the count, so 1-2. This is a pitcher's count. She's ahead of the batter. Thought she might get her to chase, gave her a little off-speed pitch, but Enoch watched that, so it's 1-2 now. And a swing and pull that way over to the left, out of play, foul ball, so the count remains 1-2. She was way out ahead of that and ready to swing and miss. A right-handed batter, Enoch 1-2, playing left field for Mayfield. That is Chavarria on the mound, Martinez behind the plate for Hobbs. And a swing and a tip as she chased it just a little bit. Of course, with a 1-2 count, you got to be protecting the plate, trying to swing at anything that's close that could be called a strike, even just to spoil it off, and she did. So count remains 1-2 on the leadoff batter for Mayfield, Emma Enoch. And call strike 3, beautiful strike out, and out number 1. And she went down looking. First strikeout for Chavarria. Chavarria showing good speed. I don't remember seeing Chavarria last year. Maybe we did. Amaya Chavarria as a pitcher. And that brings up Addison Gambon. And she shows a bunt, then pulls the bat back. And the ball was high and inside. So ball 1, 1-0 the count. Number 32, Addison, and I think it's Gambon. It was a little hard to read the printing on that from the opposite coach. Shows bunt again, and that's a call strike as she pulled the bat back in time, but that was a nice pitch. Right over the outside corner. So the count 1-1 on Gambon, who plays first base for Mayfield. Hit away, and it's a grounder to shortstop. Scooped up, good throw, and out number 2. 6-3 in the book for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. And that was a nice play by Hobbs shortstop. That's Candace Harrison at short and Carrie Garcia at first. So nice job. That brings up the number 3 hitter in the lineup for Las Cruces Mayfield, 22, Angelina Ramirez, the pitcher. And that's going to be low for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. Want to know the count now. 2 outs, nobody on. That is going to be just a little high. I think a little bit inside as well. So 2 balls and no strikes on Ramirez. Hitting in the 3rd slot. And will be in the circle, not on the mound, but in the circle when Mayfield takes the field. Hit, but it is fouled off to the left for strike 1. So 2-1 the count now. Two and 1 as this game just underway. Top of the first here, the first of 2 games that Hobbs is hosting in beautiful weather for this home opener. That's going to miss low, so 3-1 the count. It would be good to get this batter out, and Hobbs would like to go 3 up, 3 down and get in the dugout and get their bats swinging. They are a team of hitters. They have had that tradition the last 3 years, and that's going to be high for ball 4. So Ramirez works the walk, the first issued. So 1 strikeout, 1 walk on the Hobbs pitcher, Chavarria. And up to the plate, number 13, Annalise Perez, the catcher for Mayfield, batting in the cleanup spot. Another right-handed batter, no lefties so far for Mayfield. As it's a beautiful afternoon, clear skies. That sunshine is just about to dip and be full on, hit us full in the face here in the broadcast booth, which is not good. That's going to be strike right at the knees and over the plate. Call strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Perez, the cleanup hitter for Mayfield. 2 outs, 1 on. A swing and a foul over to the left down the third base line over toward the dugout, the Mayfield dugout. So 0-2 the count. Chavarria 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. Perez steps out of the box, back in and ready now. hit, and that's going to go. That's a high fly. It's going to tail off and go foul off to the right. And that is, let's see, who is out in right field? That's Alia Traviso. Alia Treviso out in right field for Hobbs. Runs over, gets that, throws it back in. Count remains 0-2 on Perez. A swing and a long fly ball headed out to left field. Is it over? It does. It goes over the fence. So a home run. It's a 2-run home run for Perez. 2 RBI home run. And that's going to put Mayfield up 2-0 here in the top of the first. So that scores Ramirez from first, who reached on a walk. And, of course, Perez crosses the plate. 2 outs. So all Hobbs needs to do is concentrate on this batter, try to get that third out, and then get in the dugout and get their own bat swinging, get some runs on. Number 10, Jaylene Ponce, the shortstop for Mayfield, up to the plate, batting in the 5th slot. So nobody on now. 2-0 the score. 2 outs. And a beautiful pitch. Wow. A lot of heat on that. Caught the corner. Nice. 0-1. A little bit of breeze comes in. Oh, and that hits her. She actually kind of turned into the ball. It was coming in. We're going to be inside, but had she not turned her shoulder, I'm not sure if it might not have hit her, but it does. And she takes her base on balls. Or she takes the hit by pitch base. So Ponce, Elijah Lara is at the plate next, and number 14, the right fielder for Mayfield. And I think we're going to have a courtesy runner at first. And because of the sun in my eyes, I really can't see the number on her. It may be, gosh, I really can't tell. Maybe 17. It may be Garcia. It may be Jasmine Garcia. I think maybe it is, if it's number 17. So Lara at the plate, 2 outs, 1 runner on. 2-0 the score here in the top of the first for Hobbs. I just need to concentrate on getting the outs, and that is going to miss just outside, just a little bit low for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Your score 2-0, and that's going to be a ball as well. With 2 outs, you've got infield playing and at standard places, and a little golf shot is going to be a grounded to third, picked up and fired over to first. So Lara grounds out 5-3 in the book for the 3rd out, and that ends the at-bat for Mayfield. Not before they put 2 runs on, though. Two runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and 1 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the first inning. Your score 2-0 at Mayfield in the lead, but Hobbs coming up to bat. And we'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'll remind you again at this point that there is no camera. Our camera died just right after setting up and turning it on, and that's why we have no picture, but we will have audio for the rest of this game and the second of the doubleheader coming up. But we'll be back with the bottom of the first inning. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As in the top of the first inning, there were 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the first. Hobbs coming up to the plate. They trail 2-0. And first up is the leadoff batter, number 13, Kaya Boyle, your second base woman. And the first pitch is way high and outside for ball 1. So bottom of the first inning. Kaya Boyle, leadoff batter. And I was talking before the game started that Kaya's been playing on the varsity team for so long. It feels like she should be coaching by now. She's been a good player for a long time for Hobbs. And she is a capable batter. That's why she's the leadoff hitter. Chances are, more times than not, she gets on. And usually with a hit, but she knows how to work it for a walk, for sure. And then she has a lot of speed when she is on the bases. And that is going to be another ball, as she's got a good eye. Leaves alone. 2-1 the count, though. 2-1 on Hobbs' leadoff batter. And that's going to be high and outside. She watches that, does not chase. So 3-1 count on Kaya Boyle. Hobbs looking to get a runner on and get things started, as they've got some catching up to do. They don't want to let Mayfield get too far ahead before they answer those runs, and they'd like to do that with this at-bat. That's going to be high as well. So Boyle, smart, lets it go, works the walk, and is on base.
Number 1, Edith Chavez.
That brings up number 1, Edith Chavez, to the plate, playing center field for Hobbs. Number 8, Marissa Young, is on deck, and number 16, Carrie Garcia, in the hole. So no outs, 1 runner on, and Chavez up to the plate. That's going to be high as well. So far, there's a lot of speed. That is Ramirez in the circle for Mayfield, and she definitely had a lot of speed, but a lot of her pitches so far are high. She may be a pitcher that warms up very slowly and then as she does, the ball comes down a bit. And you can hear in the background Hobbs not liking that was a call strike, and the folks in the stands looking at that saying they felt like that was high, and from here a bit outside as well, but call strike on that one. That one is outside more than just a little. So 2-1 is the count. Quite a good crowd here, as the stands are pretty full for the home openers for the Lady Eagles. They went to state last year. They've gone the last couple of years, and a good team. They've lost some players who graduated and simply chose not to play this year, a couple of them. But the core team here is very capable. Got a lot of experience on this team, and then also some fresh faces and younger players. So it's a good mixture. And they've been known as a real hitting team. That has really helped them out. And working the second walk in a row, Chavez watches that one high and outside.
Third, number 8, Marissa Young.
So runners on first and second, no outs. And that's going to bring up number 8, Marissa Young, third baseman for Hobbs, to the plate. No outs, runners on first and second. She has a little meeting of the minds out there with Coach Boyle, Coach Anthony Boyle, head coach for Hobbs. Taking over the team, Dean Crossland retiring after last season. After many years coaching the Hobbs Lady Eagles, always tough when a long-time and therefore beloved coach retires, but Anthony Boyle had been assisting Coach Crossland very capably, has stepped into those shoes, and is excited to be the head coach of this team. First pitch is going to be a call strike. This ump is calling the letters. He's calling the upper end of the strike zone. And as long as it's consistent and you know what to expect, that's okay. But the batters need to realize that if that ball's coming in and it's going to be about the letters or even a little higher, they got to swing at that or maybe call strike. And a swing and a foul back out of play behind the box here for strike one. 1-1 is the count on Young now. No outs, 2 runners on. Golden opportunity for Hobbs to bring some runners across the plate. They're down by 2. 1-1 the count. Runners at first and second. And that does come in high. So 2-1 the count now. And Ramirez does have good speed. She really does, but her ball has a natural rise to it. I don't think she's throwing a riser necessarily. It just has some natural rise to it. And if she brings it down, that's going to be a smoking fastball that you're looking at. Oh, and a swing and a foul tip high. Foul ball going over to the left, out of play. And coming over, drifting over to try to get it was Mayfield's shortstop. A lot of hustle as Ponce got on her horse and tried to catch that. The way it was coming down, she tried to catch it. A lot of times you want to flip your glove over if you have time, if you can see it and you have time, and catch it the other way, cradle it to try to get it. She had her glove flipped a little bit, and she couldn't hang on to it. It hit the glove, but she didn't hang on to it. Count 2-2 now on Young. Young, a left-handed batter. That ball was outside and a little high. 2-2 the count. Runners at first and second. Hobbs wants to bring him around, bring him in, and surge ahead of Mayfield with this at bat if they can. That is going to hit the outside corner. Oh, call strike. All right, so add the fact that it may be a generous.
Number 16, Cody Garcia.
It may be a generous outside corner that the ump also is calling, and again, that's fine if you know what to expect and if it's being called consistently, for both teams. So add that the outside corners to what the Hobbs batters will need to watch for and maybe swing at least spoil off, and that floats over. Carrie Garcia, the cleanup hitter and first baseman for Hobbs, steps up to the plate. She is a slugger. And that was a watermelon floating up there, and she did not chase it. So 1-0 the count on her. And comes back, fastball on the outside corner. Caught it. And again, the corners, the high end of the strike zone in the corners, this ump is maybe calling those pretty generously. So just going to have to see how consistent that is. A swing and a miss. Fastball. Again, breaking just a little bit. So Garcia with a 1-2 count on her now. 1-2, 1 out. 1 out, 2 on. Here in the bottom of the first inning. Ooh, a little bit of a changeup, little off-speed pitch, stayed high. So 2-2 evens up the count. 2-2, 1 out. Runners at first and second. Here in the bottom of the first. And the cleanup hitter at the plate for Hobbs. Oh, and that's going to be a call strike. Again, Hobbs is going to have to remember that if it looks like it's going to catch the corner, then gonna have to be swinging at it. Two outs, 1 runners at first and second. Number 9, Allison Garcia, the left fielder, to the plate. And Hobbs does not want to strand those runners. They need the runs. So Garcia at the plate, trying to bring them in. That's going to be, I guess, low. It looked like it was in the same place as the strike that just got called, except that it was a little lower, so maybe low. It is a little hard from up here to judge exactly low and high sometimes, or especially the low end of the zone. But it is a ball, and that's a good thing, 1-0. And either a call strike. Either he thought she she started to swing, and I don't think she broke the plane, so I guess he just decided that caught the corner. 1-1. And I'm not complaining about the umping. You just have to kind of look and see what this strike zone is going to be, and then I hope that it's consistent. And as a batter, as a coach watching this, you got to get the batters ready for the fact that if it looks like it's going to be close to the strike zone, inside, outside, up, and down, probably going to have to be swinging because it may be a call strike. So 1-2 the count now on Garcia after she fouled one off. So Hobbs needs a 2-out rally here and bring some runs in. Swing and a miss. So 3 straight strikeouts. Gallegos, Martinez, and Dios. 7, 8, and 9 up to the plate. Number 23, Ronnie Gallegos, your center fielder for Mayfield. First time up to the plate. Here we are, top of the second. And a call strike. So 0-1 the count. Hobbs would like to dispatch these batters, especially at the bottom of the order. And a foul tip back to the screen for strike 2. As Chavarria struck out 1, walked 1, and hit a batter in the top of the first inning. And there was a 2-run homer as well. There's a hit, a dribbler to third base, picked up, fired over to first in time for out number 1. Nice fielding, as that was Young to Garcia, 5-3 for the first out. That's going to bring up Morgan Martinez. Morgan Martinez, number 24, playing third base for Mayfield. First trip to the plate, of course, in this game. So 1 out now. Hobbs needs to make quick work, get these outs as soon as they can, and get back to the dugout and try to get the bats working, try to figure out the pitching and the umping, and get some hitting going. They're famous for being a team of sluggers, and they just need to break the ice and get that going. That was a call strike, by the way. 0-1 the count. Oh, nice one. Another call strike. So quickly, Chavarria's ahead of this batter. 0-2 count of Martinez. A swing and a foul off to the right, out of play. Force the count remains 0-2. Chavarria in the circle for Hobbs this afternoon, your starting pitcher. And a little foul tip, a little off-speed pitch. It was low, and I think Martinez was going to let it go, and then with an 0-2 count realized that it was over the plate. It might be called a strike, and she swung at it a little bit late. I think she was protecting the plate. That's gonna. Oh, wow! That was outside. A nice breaking ball, fast ball by Martinez. A lot of pop in the glove as she came back from the little off-speed pitch, but it just missed the outside corner. A swing and a high fly headed right to left field, and a nice catch out there as grabbing that one, Treviso, for the second out. So a fly out to 7 in left field, the second out, and that's going to bring up number 9. The number 9 hitter, number 3, Amaris Diaz, who plays second base for Mayfield. So bottom of the order. Again, it was with 2 outs that Mayfield managed to rally and get the 2 runs on the board. That is going to miss low for ball 1. So 2 outs, 1-0 count, nobody on. Top of the second inning here. Nice pitch. And that did catch the outside corner for call strike 1. One and one the count on a beautiful afternoon. Not much of a breeze here. Yeah, nice. That pitch almost the same as the first. It had just a little more speed on it, but it hit just about the same place, maybe just a little higher than the first one. 0-2 count. And a straightaway hit is going to fall into shallow right field, going to get picked up and thrown in, so it will be a single. And that nicely fielded by Treviso out there in right field. But Diaz is on with a single, and that's going to bring up the top of the lineup, number 7. Emma Enoch playing left field for Mayfield, up to the plate. 2 outs, 1 on. Yes, call strike. Again, it's great that he's being consistent. I mean, that's in line with some of the strikes that he has called for Mayfield. So it's good to see that that's a call strike as well. Fouled off over to the left, as Enoch was a little in front of that. 0-2 count, 2 outs. A good opportunity for Hobbs to finish off, get out of this at-bat, get into the dugout, get the bat swinging, get some runs across the plate. They trail only by 2 at this point, and they want to make up those runs as soon as they can. Swing and a big high fly headed right out to center field. Yes, drifting back and catching it at the wall. Beautiful, as Chavez catching that, and a fly out to center field to position 8 for the 3rd out. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Your score is still 2-0. Lady Eagles coming up to bat at the bottom of the 2nd, and we'll take a little bit of a break, come back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And here we go. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, as it's the first of a home doubleheader for the Lady Eagles. It's their home opener for this season. And we're here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Lady Eagles coming up to the plate. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your designated player. Basically a designated hitter. They just call it the DP in softball. And Rodriguez, that means she is not playing a field position, simply batting, and she is a left-handed batter, and so far she's watching the balls go by. 2-0 count on her, no outs. Of course, she's leadoff batter in this at-bat. In the circle is Ramirez for Mayfield, and there's a foul off to the left for strike 1. So 1-2 the count now. No outs, nobody on. Number 6, Ilea Treviso, is on deck, and Martinez is in the hole for Hobbs. It's the heart of the order here, 6, 7, and 8. And that's going to miss low and outside for ball 3. Rodriguez, again, a left-handed batter. One of the sluggers for the Lady Eagles. And they've got a couple of runs to make up as Mayfield had a 2-run homer over the left field fence in the top of the first. So Hobbs wants to get those runs back. Rodriguez slugs that butt. Ooh, well hit, sharply hit ball, foul off to the left to run the count full, so 3-2. And you could feel how anxious, and Rodriguez has so much power in the bat. A lot of potential at the plate here for Hobbs right now. Be great to get somebody on or just put over the fence. Now it's going to be a line drive shot. It's going to be hit in shallow center field. And just like that, yes, Rodriguez finds one that she can hit solidly straight up and make it to first. I think we may have a courtesy runner. Nope, she's going to run. You can hear the walk-up music, of course, for each of the Hobbs Lady Eagles as the home team. They get that. Number 6, Ilea Treviso, your right fielder, up to the plate. Her first time at bat today here in the bottom of the second inning, and it's going to come in low for ball 1. So nobody out, 1 runner on, and Rodriguez is running. There is no courtesy runner for her. She'll be at first. She'll remain at first. Treviso now trying to move her around or in. Good hittable ball. It's going to be out of play to the right. So foul ball. That'll be strike 1. Evens the count, 1-1. Nobody out. 1 runner on here. Bottom of the second inning. Lady Eagles trailing 2-0 to Las Cruces Mayfield. A high pop fly. It's in foul territory off to the right, and drifting over for it and catching that is going to be the first baseman, Gambone.
Up next, number 15, Lexi Martinez.
So Treviso pops out to the first baseman. So Treviso pops out to the first baseman. 1 out, 1 on. Rodriguez still on first after a nicely hit line drive out to center. Oh, and a call strike as that did catch the outside corner. Number 15, Lexi Martinez, the catcher for Hobbs at the plate. It's her first time at bat today, and call strike 1. 0-1 count on her. 1 out, 1 on. That's going to miss outside. Martinez with a 1-1 count now, left-handed batter. As the sun is sinking, and it's not in the players' faces, it's in ours in the booth, and a high fly ball is in foul territory. It's not catchable. It's going to go outside the fence, out of play, off to the left. So Martinez a little late on that as a left-handed batter hitting it off to the left. For strike number 2, 1-2 the count now. One out, 1 on, runner on first for Hobbs. Martinez getting a lot of encouragement from the home stands. And she catches a piece of it on the end of the bat, fouled off to the out of play to the left. Count remains 1-2. I think that probably would have been a call strike. She spoiled it off. So count 1-2. Apologize again for the fact that our camera died today. No, oh, and a nice hit out to left field though. Oh, and it's caught And that's going to keep the runner on first, too. And, you know, if the Mayfield left fielder,
10, Candace Harrison.
if Enoch hadn't been playing a little shallow and shaded over toward the line, she would not have made it to catch that. So a fly out to left field for the second out brings up number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop for Hobbs, batting in the 9th slot. So 2 outs, 1 runner on. Watches that one inside and low for ball 1. And again, I think if Enoch hadn't been playing kind of in and shaded over toward the line, even she's got some good speed, but if she hadn't been already halfway there, she wouldn't have gotten to that fly and been able to catch that. Harrison fouls that one off out of play to the right for strike 1, 1-1. So 1-1. Two outs, 1-1 the count. And a swing and a foul off to the right as well. So 1-2 the count now. Harrison trying to hang tough at the plate, trying to get one that she can grab onto and try to move the runner around, get on base, and get a little 2-out rally going here for Hobbs. Oh, a nicely hit one. It's a high ball in the air, going between left and center. Oh, coming over and catching that, making a good grab is Enoch with her second good catch of the inning. And wow, she makes a good play. That a little further, and that would have gone over the fence. It was out there very near the fence. Harrison gave it a ride, but a fly out to left field again for the 3rd out. So no runs on no hit, or one hit, no outs, no errors rather, and 1 left on base. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. And we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Mayfield still leading 2-0. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. You've got audio only today here because our camera has died and cannot be resuscitated. We're going to have to buy a new one, I'm told. And the video card has gone out. And something has gone out inside that can't be fixed. It'll just have to be replaced. So we'll have audio, though, for the rest of this game and for game number 2 here. A doubleheader to start off the Hobbs Lady Eagles home season. Happy to be here and bringing you the game. The Hobbs Lady Eagles under new head coach Anthony Boyle. So top of the 3rd, Mayfield is going to come up. It's number 2, 3, and 4. As Hobbs are ready here in the top of the 3rd. It's 2, 3, and 4 due up for Mayfield. Gambon, Ramirez, and Perez. First pitch is swung on and tipped back. It's going to hit just, whoa, almost came in the booth. Almost. So strike 1. You know, I couldn't read, guys. What do you think her last name is? What is her last name? Gambon? Gamboa. Okay. I could not read the coach's handwriting on that one. So Gamboa. 1-1 the count now. Evening things up. Ramirez on deck. Perez in the hole. Swing and a hit out to right field. It's going to drop in for a hit. So a high pop fly. And Treviso playing pretty far back and shaded over more towards center. Ran in on that one but couldn't get to it in time. So Gamboa on first with a single. Brings up Ramirez, the pitcher, to the plate. No outs. And a call, strike 1. So 0-1 the count. No outs, 1 runner on. top of the third. Hobbs trailing 2-0. As Perez on deck. Oh, nice. Strike 2. Chavarria doing a good job on the mound for Hobbs so far. She just had that one pitch that was picked up and sent sailing over the fence. Nice. A grounder going to shortstop. Harrison fires over to second and gets the runner. No time to oh, did he call her safe? I thought she got there in time. I guess and I thought the ump was signaling out, but I guess he was signaling safe. So Gamboa slid in and beat the throw. Although Harrison did nothing wrong, she ran up on it, fielded that cleanly, made the throw to try to get the lead runner at second, and just Gamboa beat it out. So Ramirez reaches on the fielder's choice. She's at first. Perez, the catcher, at the plate. No outs, 2 on in this top of the third. And no swing, no call. It's just a ball. So Perez watched that, kind of flinched on it, didn't offer. And I've heard a couple of people in the stand saying, what was wrong with that? This one is a call strike and catches the corner on the outside at the just below the letters. So 1-1 count. So some Hobbs faithful definitely wanted that first pitch to be called a strike as well. That's going to miss outside, but some heat. Nice breaking ball, just a bit outside. 2-1 the count. Two runners on. A swing and a grounder right over third base. It's a fair ball. Are they going to say it's foul? Nope, it's foul. Yeah, I thought it ran right over the top of the base, but I guess it went just foul, just in time. And that's a good thing for Hobbs. That was trouble. That was trouble. So instead, it evens up the count, 2-2. On Perez, the cleanup hitter. Ooh, and she chased. Whoa, nice. As Chavarria brought the heat, and with a 2-2 count, Perez chased and could not catch up on it, and her bat was too short. Her bat was too short to even catch a piece of it, so strikeout. That's strikeout number 2 for Chavarria, and brings up Ponce, the shortstop, to the plate. First pitch is a strike. So 1 out, 2 runners on, still at first and second, and number 10, Jaylene Ponce, up to the plate. Beautiful, so fouled off down the left third base line. She was in front of that, waiting on it. Snapped her bat around and smoked it foul. Now she's got 2 strikes on her. 1 out, 2 on. Runners on first and second. 0-2 count on Ponce with Lara on deck and Gallegos in the hole. That's going to be low in the dirt. Nice move, though. Good job by Martinez to keep it in front of her, keep the runners from advancing. She blocked it out. Count now 1-2. A swing and a grounder headed to shortstop. Harrison picks it up. Oh, fires to third, and Young goes in and out. It hits the top of her glove, in and out. So everybody's safe. Going to have to ride an E5 on that one. So Ponce.
Number 14, Elijah Lara.
Ponce reaches on the E5, and Gamboa and Ramirez advanced second and third. As timeout is called, Hobbs girls are going to meet in the circle and talk about this. As now bases are loaded And this is the first time in this game that Hobbs is facing bases loaded. The one out, and they've got to decide if they do they throw home only if they're very sure that they're going to get the lead off the cut, be able to get the lead runner. Otherwise, sometimes you go for your easiest out and maybe even a double play if they can manage it, if it stays on the ground in field. We'll see what happens at the bat. But they all wanted to get their heads together and know what they were going to do. First pitch is a call strike right at the letters as Chavarria took a little speed off of that, floated that one up there, and Lara let it go. So 0-1 count. Nice. Brought the heat on that. Beautiful pitch. Nice to see her follow it up, changing the speed, bringing the heat. 0-2, way ahead of this batter, trying to get her out. And that's going to hit the outside corner. Yes, I was thinking maybe it was going to hit the outside corner. That's strike 3. She's done. Yeah, strike out.
Number 23, Ronnie Gallegos.
So 2 outs. Bases loaded, and number 3, Ronnie Gallegos, center fielder, up to the plate. Oh, that's, I guess, going to be low. I think it caught the inside corner, and the Hobbs faithful wanting a call strike on it, but they're not going to get it this time. So 2 outs, 1-0 count. Now that hits the outside corner. Yes, it does. 1-1 is the count. For this ump, he's calling that very consistently in that spot and on the corner really for both pitchers. So in and out. That's going to be inside and low for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now. 2 outs, bases loaded. That's a good thing for Hobbs, a force on any base. Just got to keep it from being and if a long fly ball, if it's catchable, is not a bad thing. Just want to try to get a fieldable ball out of this or a strikeout. 3-1 the count though right now. And a little dribbler is going to go foul, although nice hustle by Young from third base to chase it. Little chopper foul to run the count full now, 3-2. So full count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Hobbs a pitch away from Chavarria pitching her way out of this jam and out of the inning. Hobbs would like to get the 3rd out right here without giving up any runs and get to the dugout and get their bats swinging. Ooh, and there's a high fly ball headed to center field. Coming in on it. No, going out for it was... That's going to score 1. That's going to score 2. And it's going to score 3 and advance as a throw comes into the plate and goes back to the backstop. So, again, that was a catchable ball out in the field. Coming in on it from center,
Number 24, Morgan Martinez.
and Boyle trying to go back from second base for it. And I don't know what happened. And coming in from right field, they were all going for it, and it dropped on the ground. Coming up to the plate, another high fly ball, shading over for it from left field. Making the grab. Out of left is Garcia, Allison Garcia, catches it for the 3rd out, not before the damage is done, and 2 more runs come. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the top of the third inning, there were 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, a throwing error, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the third inning. Your Hobbs Lady Eagles up to the plate with some work to do. They trail in this one now 5-0 to Mayfield. And it's top of the order up for Hobbs. Number 13, Kaya Boyle, your second baseman. She walked and got stranded her first time up. On deck is Chavez, young in the hole for Hobbs. And that is going to be just a little low, I guess. I think it caught the edge of the plate, but it was low. So 1-0 the count. Or 2-0 the count, rather. I'm sorry. That is going to catch the inside of the corner. I guess probably just about right at the knees. So call strike 1, 2-1 the count. As Boyle trying to get on base. Well, pop is going to be tough. Oh, coming in and hustling for that from second base. Catching that, I thought that might drop in, as that was a very shallow hit right behind the mound, but coming in from second to make the grab brings Edith Chavez, center fielder, to the plate, right-handed batter. She walked and got stranded her first time up at the plate as well. And she fouls this one off. The catcher scrambling to get to it, can't in time, as she ends up stretched out. It's got to be painful. Yep. And as a catcher, she didn't even throw off her mask. Some catchers do. They immediately throw off the mask. She did not. And as a catcher, with your shin pads and your chest guard and your face mask, man, I tell you what, coming out of the crouch, that is a lot of hustle. That's a lot of pressure on the knees right there, too. But good for Hobbs that she did not catch it. But it is a strike, and now a call strike 2 makes it an 0-2 count. So here we are, 1 out, nobody on, 0-2 count. Young on deck and Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. They want to get that far. Swing and a foul pop out of play. So she hangs tough at the bat, spoiling that one off. 0-2 count, got to be protecting the plate. Chavez would love to get something going for Hobbs here, get on base, and Hobbs needs to get some runs back. They trail 5-0. 2 runs scored in the first, 3 in the top of the third, and that's another foul off, out of play, off to the right. Again, Chavez hanging tough, trying to hit, or at the very least, keep from striking out. Hobbs would love to have her get a rally started right now. Oh, and comes in. I tell you, that almost hit her. She does stand pretty close to the plate. And that if she hadn't moved out of the way, if she hadn't jumped up, raised her elbows and moved back a little bit, that would have hit her. So 1-2 the count. Oh, that's going to be low for ball 2. So 2-2, good eye by Chavez. As she is trying to either find something she can hit or work the walk, get on base. So 2-2 count.
Ready, Edith. You ready?
It's another foul. 2-2. As Edith has fought off a lot of good pitches. And spoiled off a couple of bad ones. And that's going to be outside for ball 3 and run the count full. So a good chance to get on base here, and that's what Hobbs needs. They need to populate the bases and move them around. Get some runs on the board. We're in the first of a double header here. Lady Eagles hosting Las Cruces Mayfield. Mayfield comes into this game 3-0. Ooh, there's another foul out of play. High pop over to the right, so count remains full. I think this is probably, I think this is probably the 9th or 10th pitch in this at-bat to her. One of the longer at-bats, the longest one so far for either pitcher. If she can get on, Young comes up, Garcia on deck. Garcia's in the hole. Two Garcias back-to-back in the Hobbs order, and that's going to be outside. So Chavez, smart batting as she works the walk.
Batting number 8, Marissa Young.
Chavez on base, giving Hobbs a chance here to break out of the shutout and get some runs back. If they could have a great inning, that's going to bring Marissa Young, third baseman for Hobbs, to the plate. She's a left-handed batter. So 1 out, 1 on. That is going to miss outside. Off-speed pitch. Young did not chase. 1-0 the count. A hit, a high pop foul out of play. Hit the top of the media box here. Evens the count, 1 apiece. So Young looking to move the runner around or bring her in. No outs, 1 out, 1 runner on. Young at the plate, Garcia on deck, and Garcia in the hole. That's Carrie Garcia on deck, Allison Garcia in the hole. Shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and the pitch is outside. So she pulled it back in time. 2-0, 2-1 the count, rather. As a left-handed batter, bunting, you have a little advantage. You have a couple of steps, and sometimes the left-handed batters will do a drag bunt as well and give themselves even more of a head start to first base. That was just a full bunt. Now she's hitting away, and that was outside. So 3-1 the count. It's Hobbs, the dugout, restless. They want to hit. But I tell you, 3-1 count. If Young can get on with a walk, you'll take him however you get it. And she gets the walk. And that's going to be a pass ball. And Chavez turns the corner at second and looks to see if she could take third, and not. The ball gets by the catcher. But Chavez.
16, Cari Garcia.
So runners at first and second now. And that brings to the plate the cleanup hitter for Hobbs, number 16, Cari Garcia. She struck out her first time at bat, so she's out for blood. You can just feel it, man, the snap of that bat. She's like, I want that first bat back. She's capable of parking it. First pitch fouled off for strike 1. Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, thanks, Charles. All right, thank you. Hey, good news. I think one of the camera crews, the broadcast crew who's idle tonight has brought me a camera. So I'm going to be, between innings, I'm going to be putting that together and hopefully get the video, since our camera died and there's no saving this one. That's why we have no video so far, but hopefully I can remedy that soon. Oh, and a nice line drive, a hard shot out to left center, and that's going to bring home 1 for sure as the throw comes into the pitcher. A nice throw. It was well played from center field. Well played, but that was a solid line drive that scores 1. And
Now batting number 9, Allison Garcia.
Moves the 1 runner around, so that scored Chavez from second base. That's nice. Moves Young to second, and Garcia So Garcia gets the RBI single, bringing in Chavez, moving Young over to second. Garcia on first, and Allison Garcia, left fielder at the plate now for Hobbs. That is, call strike on the inside corner. So just the one out still. 0-1 count now on Allison Garcia. Rodriguez on deck, Treviso in the hole. And an off-speed pitch, a little higher and inside, and Garcia swings at that, fouls it back to the backstop for strike 2. Caught that just above her hands on the inside of the bat. Spun it right back to the screen. So 0-2 count. Runners at first and second, only one out. Beautiful pitch, and I thought she was going to connect with it as Garcia goes down swinging. I really thought she was going to reach out and swat that one. Goes down swinging, though, for out number 2. That's the 4th strikeout.
Next, number 20, Naya Rodriguez.
I've always liked to play with fire.
So coming up to the plate now, number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, designated player, left-handed batter. You talk about somebody who's capable of parking it. She is. Runners at first and second. And a swing and a high foul ball out of play, but a nice snap of the bat on that. But it's just a long strike. So 0-1 count as Hobbs with 1 run in this inning. They don't want to strand those other 2 base runners. They want to try to bring them in and get closer. Just keep the bat swinging if they can. Get closer to tying it up and going ahead of Mayfield. And that's going to be a call, strike. So 0-2 on Anaya Rodriguez. With 2 outs and 2 strikes, Rodriguez got to protect the plate, and she is capable of a lot of power at the plate. But she just wants to meet that ball. Solid hit. Watches that one outside and low for ball 1. Just a solid hit to maybe bring a run or 2 in would be great, but seeing it go over the fence would be even better. Hobbs definitely needs some more runs in this at-bat if they can get them. Swing and a miss. She chased it high and goes down swinging. So chased a little high one. And that's the third out, and that ends the at-bat for Hobbs. They do put 1 run on, though. So 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base. So your score is now 5-1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Mayfield will be coming up to bat, and I'm going to quickly try to change out the camera here and see if we can't get our video going. So we'll go to the top of the 4th inning, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube. Okay, and welcome back to action, as I'm just going to have to wait till between games more than likely, as this camera has a bottom piece missing that mine has, and great. Yeah. And the bottom piece of mine will not come off. Great. So when I've got more time, I'll work with it. We'll try to get video for that second game. So thank you to whatever crew brought the camera to me. It's just that it's outfitted differently than mine. They just use the screw-in feature, and mine has the piece. Just never mind. Of course, that's how it would work, right? So here we are, back to action here. We'll just keep the audio going till I've got time to kind of work with this different camera, try to get it on. And let's see, as I catch up with this, as the first batter made it on to second on a hit, and brings up top of the order Enoch, and a high fly ball headed out to center field is caught and thrown in, and number 7 Enoch, who's out on first base,
Number 22, Angelina Ramirez.
or second base actually, stays on. So, and a ball, tricky, gets hung up by the catcher. It doesn't get past her, it just kind of gets hung up, and Enoch steals third base. The throw not in time. So Enoch on third. Number 32, Addison Gamboa, the first baseman for Mayfield, up to the plate. Nice pitch, but it is hit, and a pop fly headed over to first base, coming under that. Nice job. Nice job over on first for Hobbs defense, and now they're going to come out with the bottom of their order, 7, 8, and 9 up to the plate. It'll be Treviso, Martinez, Harrison for Hobbs, as they held Mayfield to no runs in that at bat in the top of the fourth. So bottom of the fourth inning now. 5-1 is your score. Mayfield is leading. Time for Hobbs to get some more runs. They have left too many batters on base.
Leading off for Hobbs, Alia Treviso.
So number 6, Ilea Treviso, will be up to the plate first for Hobbs, your right fielder. As Treviso, the right fielder, comes to the plate, she popped out to the first baseman her first time up. So she's 0-1 and due. Bottom of the order, 7, 8, and 9 due up for Hobbs in this at bat. They have left too many batters on base as they've had their chances. They left 2 on in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and a high pop fly coming under. It's the second baseman making the grab, man, and just almost dropped it. She managed to hang on to it, though, as that was a well-hit ball, but it just went straight up.
Next, number 15, Lexi Martinez.
That was Gamboa with the catch at first. So Treviso gave it a ride and a pop out to position. 2-2 the count now. Martinez had a fly out to the left fielder her first time up at bat. It's her second plate appearance. Left-handed batter. Catcher for Hobbs. Swing and a foul back as well. So the count remains at 2-2. Tough at bat, Martinez. You know, catchers are generally good hitters because they have to watch the ball. They're trained, and as a catcher, you have to keep your eye on the ball all the time, and it makes catchers generally more reliable hitters than a lot of other position players. because that's their job every pitch, to watch the ball. A line drive out to center field, though. A nicely hit ball, but caught out in center by Gallegos. So Martinez.
Number 10, Candace Harrison.
So number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop at bat. Batting in slot number 9. She also had a fly out to left field her last time at bat, and a pop out and going into foul territory, coming under that to catch. That's the second foul pop that Gamboa has caught this at bat for Hobbs, and sends them up, 3 down. So a fly out to a foul pop fly out to position 3 for out number 3. Hobbs has no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. 5-1 your score. Mayfield leading. Mayfield will be up to bat, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball coming up on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back.
Ronnie Gallegos.
Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, as I've been trying to go ahead and work on the camera situation for you. And there are 2 outs. There was a single hit by Ramirez, a fly out to second base for the first out. Ponce just hit a line drive that Harrison had to climb stairs to grab what just got on the end of her glove. A great catch on that line drive for the second out. Now number 14, Lara, at bat. So 2 outs, 1 on. And that's going to be low, and it's going to get past Martinez, the catcher. And it's a low ball that she tried to block out, so it'll have to be a wild pitch. And that's going to put Ramirez on third now. I'll call that a wild pitch rather than pass ball. It really could be either, but that puts a runner at third. So Lada hits a line drive, headed out to shallow center, and Chavez comes in, just cannot get it. Lays it. Really, she was running in on it and tried, laid her body out and got a glove on it as she was on the ground. But that scores 1. And that was just a ball nobody could get to. She did a good job by getting a glove on it as she dove for it. So Lotta with an RBI single. And that's going to hit a line drive over the head of Young at third base. Going to be stopped out in left field and thrown in. So that's going to be a single for Gallegos, as she reaches first and moves the runner Lotta over to second. 2 outs, as Hobbs needs to squelch this 2-out rally that Mayfield is trying to launch, and a timeout is taken. So 2 outs, runners at first and second. Your score is 5-1. Hobbs is trailing, looking to hold Mayfield and try to hold them scoreless in this at bat, because Hobbs has a couple more chances, 3 more chances at least. If they can tie it up by the bottom of the second or go ahead and try to win this one, they would love to do that. Come from behind here. But first they've got to get this 3rd out in this top of the 5th inning.
Batting number 3, Amaris Diaz.
And that brings up number 3, Amaris Diaz, with runners at first and second. And that is going to miss outside for ball 1. So 2 outs, 2 on, and a 1-0 count. Swing and a grounder over to first. Garcia fields it and touches first base for the 3rd out. So 3 unassisted for the 3rd out. And Hobbs manages to keep Mayfield scoreless in that one, I do believe. Well, did it score 1? See, I'll have to check on this, because I was working the camera for the first couple of batters on this one. So there was okay, hold on. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball. All right, sorry, stopping to answer some questions up here in the booth. And leading off for Hobbs as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here. So I'm still working to maybe try to get some video for you by the end of this game, but we'll just see. I've got a second tripod that has never been used that was in the case. So it's a different configuration on the bottom of this camera that may work with the other camera tripod that I've got here, luckily. Just happened to bring that as a backup in case I liked this shorter camera tripod better. So it may work out for us and may be able to get this camera, which has the little screw on bottom, giving you way more information than you probably want, but that's what's happening behind the scenes here. So I'm trying to keep the score and watch the game, do play by play, but also try to get a second camera in place and not miss too much of the action here for you. And up Kaya Boyle, your leadoff batter. It's top of the lineup in this bottom of the 5th inning as Hobbs trails 5-1 to Mayfield. And running out of time, they need to make each at-bat count. And Kaya Boyle, the leadoff batter, trying to get on base. She hit a pop foul. So she's got 2 balls and 1 strike on her. So the count 2-1, no outs, bottom of the 5th. That's going to miss high and outside. So 3-1. Kaya worked the walk her first time at bat, but got stranded, and she popped out to the second baseman her last time up. So she's due and would love to get something started here for the Lady Eagles, who need to catch up, get some runs on the board. They trail by 4. A nice fly ball is going out to left field, but coming in under it and catching that is going to be Enoch out in left. So a high fly ball out number 1 for Hobbs.
Now batting number 1, Edith Chavez.
Edith Chavez up to the plate, center fielder for Hobbs. She walked and got stranded her first time up, walked and crossed the plate for Hobbs. Scored Hobbs' only run so far in this game, but she would like to do that again. It felt so good the first time. She would like to repeat that. 1 out, nobody on. Chance for Chavez, the number 2 batter, to get something going for Hobbs. Young is on deck, Garcia in the hole. And that's going to be a strike, a call strike on the outside corner. So Chavez has worked 2 walks here, and she faced probably a dozen pitches at least in her last at bat, and finally worked the walk after fouling off so many pitches. That's going to be way high, as that ball kind of got hung up in the hand. Ramirez was throwing a changeup and took a lot of speed off of that. Sometimes your timing is just off when you do that, and she released that, and it went way high. It just got hung up in her hand a little bit. That one comes back over the corner, and Chavez gets a piece of that, sends it out foul off to the right for strike number 2. She's proven that she can be tough at the plate. She's worked 2 walks, and she took it to a 3-1 count her first time at bat, and then the count was full, and she spoiled off a lot of pitches before she ended up getting a base on balls. And she has a high fly ball headed out to shallow right field over toward the line, and coming up and making the grab right there at the line is the right fielder Lotta for Mayfield. So a fly out to right field for second out. And that brings up number 8, Marissa Young, third baseman for Hobbs, to the plate. And again, that's a high ball, and the pitcher flexing her fingers just a little bit. That got hung up just a little bit as well. So an off-speed pitch stays way too high. Young lets that go. 1-0 the count. Ooh, and she brings back, again, not a true fastball, a little off-speed, brings it down and misses the edge of misses the corner for the second ball. So 2-0 count. as that is Ramirez in the circle for Mayfield, your starting pitcher. Fastball hit up, line drive, straight up the middle. It is picked up by the center fielder and thrown in. Gallegos handles it, but a nice solid hit.
Next, number 16, Gaudin Garcia.
So a line drive single for Young, puts her on first. 2 outs, 1 on. As the cleanup hitter for Hobbs, number 16, Gaudin Garcia, the first baseman, up to the plate. She had an RBI single and got stranded her last time up. Struck out her first time up. She's 1 for 2. And swings at that, fouls it off out of play to the right for strike 1. 0-1 the count. Hobbs with the makings of a 2-out rally here off of that solid line drive single by Young out to center field. And a high one as she, again, floats a little changeup, stays high, and Garcia does not take a bite out of that. It was kind of a juicy watermelon floating up, but Garcia wisely kind of let that one go. 1-1 brings the heat, and Garcia fouls that off to the right. So 1-2 your count, 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hobbs trailing 5-1. They need to bring runners around, get runs across the plate. Try to come from behind and beat Mayfield in this first of a doubleheader as the sun's setting and the air is getting a lot cooler. And that's going to miss high and outside for ball 2. Evens the count. 2-2. A fly out to left field, a fly out to right field, and then a line drive single so far in this at bat for Hobbs. Looking to ignite a little 2-out rally. Oh, and that's gonna hit the outside corner. A call, strike 3. Oh. All right, and welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As I believe we're going to have video. I have gotten a new camera attached, and that is a high fly ball headed for the fence, and it just sneaks over the left field fence. I tell you what, Hobbs, that was a great effort by Allison Garcia out there to try to reach over the fence and try to grab that ball. It was just out of her reach. So second home run that Mayfield has hit in this game. So a leadoff homer. A leadoff homer.
Up next, number 32, Addison Gamboa.
So a single home run, a 1-run home run over the left field fence for Enoch, and that's going to make it 7-1 and bring up Gamboa, the first baseman, and she hits the first one foul, out of play, off to the right for strike one. So no outs, nobody on. 0-1 count on Gamboa. And I was reminded that during my fiddling around with the camera during the first part of the at-bat from Mayfield last time, that there was 1 run scored in that last inning. So, or in the last at-bat from Mayfield. So there was the 1 run on 3 hits. But here we are in the top of the 6th inning, and 1 run scored, and the pitch coming into Gamboa is high and outside. And that's actually going to be the 3rd pitch to her. So it's 2-1. 2-1 the count. No outs, nobody on. In this first of a doubleheader here, Hobbs trailing by 6 runs now in the top of the 6th. 7-1 is your score. And that is, ooh, I thought that was going to hit the outside corner. Just misses. Becomes a 3-1 count now on Gamboa. Chavarria still on the mound for Hobbs, your starting pitcher. And that's going to miss outside for ball 4. So that's a walk. And that's going to bring up number 22, Angelina Ramirez, the pitcher, to the plate.
Now batting number 22, Angelina Ramirez.
Ramirez had a single, got on base, reached on a single, got batted around, and came in, crossed the plate. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored, and worked a walk and scored. And this one, she hits, it's a little bit, it's a bunt, basically. And she does get thrown out, but it did move the runner. The throw to second, no good. So Ramirez, thrown out by the catcher. So 2-3 for the first out. But Gamboa, who reached on a walk, goes to second base. 1 out, 1 on in scoring position. And Elise Perez, the catcher, up to the plate. Cleanup hitter. Takes the first pitch, and it's an inside strike. Hit the inside corner. So 1 out, 0-1 the count. And I believe we should have video now. Gamboa dancing around off second base out there a little bit. Oh, nice pitch. Just missed the outside corner. A lot of heat on that as Chavarria really made a nice pitch there. Just missed the corner. So 2-1 the count. 1 out, a runner on second. Oh, another pitch, almost like the last one, and it just missed the outside corner as well. So 3-1 the count now. Perez flinched on that. She didn't offer, but she gave it a hard look. Ponce on deck and Lotta in the hole for Mayfield. Hobbs would like to shut him down and keep any more runs from crossing in this at bat. They got some time, some runs to make up. Oh, and the ball gets lost. The catcher just loses that. It's a walk, and the ball just kind of died right underneath her, and that's going to allow Gamboa to reach third. So not a pass ball, not a wild pitch, but the catcher just losing sight of that one a little bit. So runners at first and third now. Runners at the corners for Mate is Jackie Fuentes. So Jackie Fuentes goes to third base. So Fuentes will be on third. And Young comes in the circle in relief of Chavarria.
Now batting for Mayfield, number 10, Jaylene Ponce.
And Ponce at the bat now. With one out, runners at the corners for Mayfield. And Ponce at the bat. She is your shortstop for Mayfield. She was hit by a pitch and got stranded her first time up. She reached on an error and scored her second time up, and she hit a line drive to the shortstop. She shows bunt. The throw down to second is actually a decoy throw, and the throw goes over to third to try to get the runner scrambling back to third, and it's a throwing error. I don't think that was a catchable ball. I don't know. I think that's kind of an equal error there. But it does mean that one run crossed, so Gamboa was able to come in on that. And that is going to be a call, strike on the outside corner. So Ponce with 2 strikes on her, as she showed she showed bunt just as in her first time. And there's a little dribbler hit by the back to the mound, but it goes by Young and out to center field, and it scores 1. So Ramirez, who had moved over to third when Gamboa was able to come in, scores, and Perez works the walk. Perez had worked the walk, and she got on. Ponce is on first with an RBI single. And that is going to be a strike. Call strike. That is going to miss just outside. Hobbs faithful really wanting and thinking that hit the corner and was going to be a strike, but it does even things up. 1-1, or 2-1 actually. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. And a little chopper out to the mound. A throw to second gets the lead runner. And the throw to first just not quite in time. As Cody Garcia out there is, challenging the ump, saying, I think I got it. And now I think the field ump out there is going to call timeout, and he's calling Coach Boyle out to talk, as Garcia turned around and challenged and said, "Come on, I think that throw was in time. I think we got it." The ump had called her safe at first. Don't know what he told Coach Boyle other than he thinks that the call stands. So they did get the lead runner out of it, though. It was a nice turnaround, good presence of mind by Marissa Young to turn and fire 1-4 to get the lead runner. It does put Lotta on with a fielder's choice. So 1 runner on. And 2 have crossed the plate. If we were and a high fly ball is going to drop between center and right field, and looks like we'll score 1. And that is a stand-up RBI double for Gallegos. So an RBI stand-up double has Gallegos out on second. And a grounder headed to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, fires to first, not in time. And everybody's safe, as that ball took a little bit to get to Harrison, and she kind of had to wait as the runner was crossing. I think there's a little griping from the Hobbs stand, and maybe with good reason, that she was kind of blocked out by the runner and kind of had to wait.
Next, number 3, Diaz.
But no challenge. So Gallegos, or rather Martinez on first, and Gallegos on third. So runners at the corners again. Two outs. Hobbs just needs to concentrate on getting the third out. And that's going to miss outside. So Diaz with a 1-0 count on her. And a 2-0 count, as that was a ball as well. So runners at the corners, 2 outs. A swing and a miss on Diaz. So 2-1 counts. Good time to get this batter if they can. Get this third out and get out of this at bat. Get out. This has been a bit of a nightmare inning or at bat for Hobbs against Mayfield. And a call, strike. Yes, that hit the corner. Nice. So 2-2 evens up the count. 2-2. Here's your count. 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th. Oh, and is that going to be a call? Strike on the corner? Yes, it is. Nice. As a call strike on the outside corner ends the at-bat from Mayfield. But they are able to get 3 runs across. Is that only 3? Yep. Okay. I'm going to have to check and double check, as you know, as I explained during the beginning of that inning. I was still working on trying to change this camera out and get some video going, as our first camera died. But the second one is good. Thank you to, I'm really not sure who dropped that off for us and where that camera came from, which broadcast crew had that. That could be the other Hobbs crew. That could be Ty Friend's camera. I don't know. So whoever dropped it off, thank you very much. And able to get that going with the backup tripod that I had, making this camera work and getting video going for you, which is nice that we'll have video for the whole second game. But we got to finish the first one, and it's not done, and Hobbs still has a chance here, as it is 10-1 now. I'm going to catch up the score bug. You hadn't been able to see the score bug anyway with the camera not working, but we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, so I'll catch up and get the score bug all caught up for you and cleaned up. And now that we have video, Hobbs coming up to the plate here in the bottom of the 6th inning, and it's the heart of the order. It's 5, 6, and 7. Number 9, Allison Garcia, your left fielder, up. And Garcia is due. She has struck out her last 2 times at the bat. So 0-2 and due, as they say. Would love to be the one to get this at-bat going for Hobbs and get things started off. Hobbs has a lot of runs to make up. They're trailing 10-1, and she does connect with that, but it's going to go foul off to the right. And I'm going to try to, now that I have camera and video, I'm going to be very careful here. But I will be able to move that a bit, try to follow the action for you. All right, so here we are. Foul ball on the first pitch, 0-1 count. A foul back out of play for strike number 2. So 0-2 is your count here. No outs, nobody on. Garcia at the bat. Rodriguez on deck. Treviso in the hole for Hobbs, trailing 10-1 here in this bottom of the 6th inning, the first of a doubleheader. So about 30 minutes after the end of this one, we'll get a second game going between these two teams. That's going to miss outside for ball 1. So 1-2. That is Ramirez in the circle for Mayfield, the starting pitcher, with a 1-2 count now against Garcia. A swing and a high fly ball. It's foul, and it's going to go out of play behind us, and the count will stay 1-2. So Garcia with a good cut, but she kind of cut up on it and fouled that straight back. Caught the bottom of the ball and swung up on it and just popped it straight up and back. So 1-2 the count. There's people in the Hobbs fans in the stands telling her now she's ready. And that is going to miss outside for ball 2. Even up the count, 2-2. No outs, nobody on. Garcia, leadoff batter for Hobbs, at least in this at bat. Rodriguez, designated player, on deck, and Treviso, the right fielder, in the hole. Hobbs with some work to do here, would like to get some runs. A swing and a foul back as well. That's going to go off to the right, and count will remain 2-2. Sun completely down now. The lights are on, and not much wind. What air there is and light breeze is pretty cool here. And that's going to miss. Oh, no, call strike. Wow. I thought that was going to miss high. And the ump getting some grief from the Hobbs fans for that. A call strike at the letters. Strike out for out number 1. Rodriguez up to bat. Designated player. Left-handed batter.
Next for Hobbs, number 20, Naya Rodriguez.
Rodriguez struck out her last time at bat. She singled and got stranded her first time up, so she's 1 for 2. And now she would like to be the Hobbs batter who gets something going here for Hobbs in the bottom of the 6th inning. There have been teams that have been down worse than this, 13, 14 runs in the last at bat or 2 in the 6th or 7th inning who have launched a comeback. So it's possible. Hobbs is capable of it. They're a team of hitters. They just need to get it going. So Rodriguez watches the first one. It's a ball, 1-0 the count. That one is going to be a call strike on the outside corner. So a little off-speed pitch the first time around, missed, brought a little more heat on that, brought it a little closer over the plate, and call strike, 1-1. That, oh, beautiful. That could be out. That's out of the park. Yes, it is. It is out. And it looked like a line drive shot and just kept gaining altitude and made it over the fence. A beautiful single home run, a 1-run home run. And always nice to see. It's always exciting. Gives Hobbs another run as Rodriguez touches all the bases. A solo homer, but it gives Hobbs another run and makes it 10-2 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Certainly would have been better with bases loaded, but you take what you can get. And Rodriguez with a nice solo homer. And that was a line drive shot over center right. Just beautiful. A lot of power, a lot of speed. And that brings up number 6, Ailea Treviso, your right fielder, up to the plate. She popped out to the first baseman both times at bat. So she's 0 for 2 and due. And that's going to be low and inside for ball 1. So 1 out, nobody on, 1-0 the count. Hobbs trailing by 8 now. They would like to just keep this going, keep this at-bat going. Maybe a few more homers. That's going to miss low for ball 2. So 2-0. I was looking back. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikeouts for the Mayfield pitcher for Ramirez. But she's also walked 1, 2, 3, 4. She's walked 4. Just double checking that. and giving up the solo homer. And a swing and a miss for strike number 1. 2-1 the count now. 1 out, nobody on after the solo homer by Rodriguez. Now Treviso at bat, Martinez on deck, Harrison in the hole for Hobbs. Oh, and a tip foul back to the screen for strike 2. Evened up 2-2. There's a breeze picking up just a little bit. And that air is definitely a little chilly, a little cool. Oh, a high pop fly headed. Is it going to stay in? Nope, it's out of play, off to the right. So just a long strike. Count remains 2-2 as Treviso doing her best to get on, or maybe just park another one. Back-to-back homers doesn't sound bad, but populating the base and then getting a hit in for more runs is even better. And a little chopper over to third base is picked up and thrown to first for the second out. So 5-3 in the book for the second out. As picking up that was Martinez at third. Firing it over to Gamboa at first for the second out.
Batting for Hobbs, Lady Eagles, number 15, Lexi Martinez.
That's going to bring up number 8 in the lineup, 15, wearing jersey 15, Lexi Martinez, your catcher, left-handed batter. Martinez at the plate, had a fly out, long fly to center field her last time up, had a fly to left field her first time up. So 2 fly outs, 2 well-hit balls, by the way, long hit balls were caught. So she's 0 for 2 and due, and the first pitch is outside for ball 1. 1-0 on Martinez, the catcher and left-handed batter for Hobbs. 2 outs, nobody on, and that's going to miss outside as well. So Martinez trying to launch the 2-out rally now. Hobbs trailing by 8, 10-2 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A foul tip out of play off to the left. Martinez around on that just a little late and hit it with the end of her bat. If she could just wait just a little bit longer and straighten that out. I can tell you, Ramirez in the circle for Mayfield that's foul tipped as well, foul back, and now that's going to even the count 2-2. Ramirez is good at varying her speeds. She's not a pitcher that's going to blow you away with her speed, but she's a pretty smart pitcher. She really is good at varying the speeds just enough to keep the batters really just a little bit off pace. And there's a well-hit ball, high fly, going out to left field. Oh, coming under it and catching that out in left field is Enoch. She has robbed Hobbs hitters of several by catching those out in left field. So Martinez gave it a ride and a try, but a fly out to left field is going to end that at-bat for Hobbs. So Hobbs scores 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base, and we are going to go to the top of the 7th inning with Mayfield leading 10-2, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As top of the 7th inning now. Mayfield at the bat. And leading off is the top of the order, number 7, Emma Enoch, the left fielder, who has been busy out there catching balls and denying Hobbs hits. A line drive shot falls between center and left, goes to the wall. Chavez is going to play that off of the wall, throw it in, and hit Young in the circle, but it's a stand-up double for Enoch. So she's in scoring position at second, no outs. Number 32, Addison Gamboa, the first baseman for Mayfield, up to the plate. She walked and scored her last time up, singled and was thrown out, grounded out her first time up. She singled and scored in the 3rd inning. First pitch is a ball. And that is going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner. Young in the circle in relief of Chavarria. With a 1-1 count on Gamboa. And that is going to miss outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count. No outs, a runner on second. Mayfield leading by 8 runs here in the top of the 7th, and that is going to miss inside for ball 3. So 3-1 your count on Gamboa. Ramirez on deck and Perez in the hole, and a call, strike 2. So count is full now on Gamboa. Hobbs really needs to work the outs here. They'll have one last at-bat to try to catch up or come from behind, and that is going to be ball 4. So Gamboa works the walk. No outs, 2 runners on. Ramirez, the pitcher, to the plate, right-handed batter. Perez on deck, Ponce in the hole. High and outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. And a hit off the end of the bat, swinging a little late. Catching a pretty healthy piece of that, sending it over to the Hobbs dugout, but it's strike 1, so evens the count, 1-1. Of course, this is the first of a doubleheader. There will be about a 30-minute break between games, and the second one will begin. A line drive shot out to right field. Oh, it's going to hit the fence, and playing it off the fence with a good throw. That was played about as well as you could play it. As in right field, Treviso doing a nice job watching it, playing the bounce off the wall, turning around, making a good throw right on target to third base to keep the runner, hold the runner at third. Because the runners kind of had to wait and see if that was going to be if that was going to be caught, and they were going to have to tag up. But it does load the bases, so it's a single to load the bases. Perez up to the plate, the catcher and the lead and the cleanup batter. The first pitch is in low. Would be in the dirt, but this is an artificial surface, so there is no dirt. It's just a figurative dirt when it is that low. And that's going to miss outside as Young's doing her best to nibble around the edges of the strike zone, I think. With bases loaded and the cleanup hitter at the plate, she's trying not to give Perez anything she can sink her teeth into. But 3 straight balls has the count at 3-0. with no outs, bases loaded. A little bit of a pickle here, but the good news is there's a force on any base. And that is going to be low. I thought that might be close enough for a call strike, but the ump says nope, and that's going to walk one in. So that's an RBI walk for Perez. And that brings Enoch across the plate and moves all the rest of the runners around. And brings up Jaylene Ponce, the shortstop, up to the plate. So now it is 11-2. And one more run actually ends this game on a 10-run rule. I do believe that it would end it, even or does Hobbs get a chance to? I guess. Well, it would go to the bottom of the 7th. I guess Hobbs would. I don't know. I think it would end it because it would be 10 runs. It's after the 5th inning, and they would be 10 runs ahead at that point. But it's fouled off to the right. So Ponce with an 0-1 count. No outs. And 1-1. So 1-1 count, bases loaded, no outs. Same deal as the last batter, force on any base. That is going to be a call, strike on the outside corner. So a 1-2 count as Young is ahead of this batter. Lotta on deck, Gallegos in the hole. Oh, a line drive shot over the head of Harrison. Nothing she could do. She jumped up trying to get it, but it was well over her head, and it's going to be an RBI single for Ponce. And it does score one, and that makes it 12-2. And I guess Hobbs does get a chance to bat in the bottom of the 7th. I'm guessing. A line drive shot back to the pitcher, and Young fires over to third base and gets her. Yeah, nice as a DP with Marissa Young. Quick thinking, not only caught the ball, but immediately turned and fired over to third. Of course, normally she plays third base and caught Gamboa off of the base. So a nice double play, an unconventional one, but man, good job as Lotta popped out to the pitcher, and then the double play, and then there's a grounder that goes foul. So the runners will just all go back. So a 1-5 second out means 2 outs now quickly. And a 1-1 count on Gallegos. Number 23, Gallegos, a center fielder. Now runners just at first and second. And a high fly ball could be trouble as, nope, it lands foul, which is good. It was one of those that if it had dropped in, it was going to drop in where nobody could get to it in time. But luckily it is a foul. So it's a 1-2 count now. So 1-2, 2 outs. Hobbs. And there's a little dribbler. Oh, to the mound. It gets by Young. It's picked up and fired over to first, but not in time, as Young just couldn't get down on it in time.
Batting number 24, Morgan Martinez.
So the throw over 4-3, not in time. And it's a single, and that moves the runner. So bases are loaded again. Bases loaded. And Morgan Martinez, the third baseman, up to the plate. First pitch is a ball, 1-0 the count. A swing and a line drive shot out to left field will score one. A nice throw in, as that was well played out there in left field. A good job by Garcia to stop that ball and throw it in and hold it to just one run across the plate. but it does score Ramirez. And it moves Perez to third, Gallegos to second, and Martinez with an RBI single on first. Still 2 outs. First pitch was a ball, and the second one is 2. So 2-0 on Diaz, your second baseman for Mayfield. And a swing and a foul off to the Hobbs dugout for strike 1. Hobbs just needs to worry about this third out. Force on any base. Of course, that doesn't do any good if the ball is a line drive shot to the outfield like the last hit. That is fouled off back to the screen, and that will even things up at 2-2. Now Hobbs 1 strike away from getting out of trouble and getting back to the dugout for their final at-bat. It's 13-2 now as I adjust the score bug. 13-2. Oh, and she flinches, almost chases, and it's just outside. So Diaz watches that one. Full count now on Diaz. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And that is going to be a call. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Yes. As strike 3. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As Hobbs is down to their final at-bat. They're trailing 13-2 against Las Cruces Mayfield.
Leading off for Hobbs, number 10, Candace Harrison.
And it's the bottom of the order. Number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop, batting in the 9th position. First up, and it'll be top of the order. Boyle on deck, Chavez in the hole. As Hobbs, with a lot of work to do in this bottom of the 7th, they trail 13-2 to Las Cruces Mayfield. First pitch, high pop, shallow center field. No, coming behind, catching it right behind second base is the second baseman, Diaz. So a pop out to position 4 for Harrison. First out. Now it brings up top of the order, number 13, Kaya Boyle, playing second base for Hobbs. Capable batter. It's the reason why she's the leadoff batter for Hobbs. She has worked a walk and popped out to the second baseman and had a long fly out to left field. And the first pitch comes in high for ball 1. So 1 out. So I get the score bug adjusted. It's a little bit stuck. Bottom of the 2nd, 1 out. So 1 out. Now your count is 1-2 on leadoff batter Kaya Boyle. Up second for Hobbs in this at bat. So 2-2 is the count. Kaya Boyle trying to get something started for Hobbs. They would love to have one of those innings where they just catch fire and keep batting around and keep the runs running in. They are not giving up in this first of a doubleheader. And that is going to be a call. Strike way outside on the outside corner. Wow, okay. But the ump has been pretty consistent in his calls for both the teams and both pitchers on that. Hobbs benefited on that almost same pitch to end the Mayfield at bat in the top of the 7th. So 2 outs now. And Hobbs down to their final out here in this first of a doubleheader against Las Cruces Mayfield. They're trailing 13-2 here in the bottom of the seventh. And number 1, Edith Chavez, a center fielder, up to the plate. And a very slow pitch is a call, strike. It dropped in there. Wow. That is the changeup that I think Ramirez has tried to pitch several times, and it has hung up and stayed high. But she got that to drop in there that time. A real off-speed pitch. And this one, nice, sharply hit straight up the middle, just behind, just to the second base side, to the left of the shortstop. Well hit. Chavez gets on with a single.
Batting number 8, Marissa Young.
Now number 8, Marissa Young. She started at third base for Hobbs and went in relief of the pitcher Chavarria and has pitched the last few innings. Now she's at the plate, and that is going to hit the outside corner for call strike 1. As Young, left-handed batter, of course, 0-1 the count, 2 outs. Hobbs down to their final out, but hey, there's nothing at all out of the realm of possibility of a 2-out rally here, and just to get the bat smoking, and that is a changeup that is not going to fall in. So that stays high and misses dropping in the zone. So 1-1 count as Ramirez trying to get Young to chase. That was coming up slow enough you could swing at that 3 times and miss it. Brings the heat back and misses a little high and outside this time for ball 2. Yeah, that was the kind of pitch that in the cartoons you see floating up there, and batters like a Daffy Duck or Bugs Bunny or somebody, swings at 3 times and strikes out on that one pitch. It's so slow. And a cut, and catches a piece of that. Gets it back to the screen. I think it hit the catcher first. Count stays nope. Count is 2-2 now. 2-2. So 2 outs, 1 on. Chavez on first base. Hobbs trying to launch a 2-out rally and try for an improbable but still possible comeback at 13-2. That's going to miss outside and run the count full now. 3-2. 2 outs, 1 on. Bottom of the 7th inning. Young at the plate, Garcia on deck, and Garcia in the hole. And Hobbs would like to get that far and keep the bats rolling. A swing and a miss, and that's going to end it as a strikeout ends the at-bat and ends the game. Hobbs losing this one 13-2 to Mayfield, but it's the first of a doubleheader. We'll have about a 30-minute break in between, and we'll be back with the second game here in just a little while. And glad to have the video. And by the way, shout out and a nice thank you to Ty Friend and his wife, apparently. I think going back, looking at some texts, I see that I think Ty's wife maybe dropped this camera off at the ticket booth, and Charles ran that up the stairs over here to the media booth and up the stairs for us to be able to have this. So thanks to everybody, to Ty's wife, Allison, and to Charles over there in the ticket booth, making the video possible for us right at the end of that first game, since our first camera bit the dust. I mean, literally, just quit working, and probably is not do not resuscitate. It's not going to be savable, but that's okay. We have this one temporarily not being used tonight. Hobbs, of course, the Hobbs boys played basketball last night and lost that game, so they finished 4th in the District 4 5A tournament, awaiting seeding and hoping that they'll be able to sneak in and get a playoff game in the state tournament, but we'll have to see on Sunday if that happens. So the Hobbs boys played last night, and the Hobbs girls don't play until tomorrow night. And I have a feeling that Ty Friend was probably reffing basketball somewhere tonight, but somebody somewhere heard that this camera was toast, and knew that as the broadcast crew, as they were, Ty and Ron were not busy tonight, that camera was available. So thank you very much for everybody and making that, communicating that need, and then getting that camera over here. So because of that, we should be able to have video for the entire second game, and that's great because this will actually be only the third game of the Hobbs girls softball season. They won their first one Saturday 19-5 against Lubbock Coronado on the road, and then they dropped this game to Mayfield 13-2, your final. But they've got a chance to split this doubleheader with Mayfield coming up in this next game. So we'll be back. We'll take a break and be back with the second of the doubleheader right here. It's Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And we're back with Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. As I did get a lineup for Hobbs, that wasn't a problem. Thank you, Coach Anthony Boyle. But I never got a lineup up here for. Thank you. Oh, that's kind of you. Thank you. I never got a lineup for Mayfield. But up batting first is going to be number 7, Emma Enoch. As these things happen, and you have to get used to rocking and rolling with the punches in baseball and softball, because sometimes you get the line up, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get it late and at the last minute, and sometimes not. But first pitch was a strike, second pitch high and outside for a ball, so the count is 1-1. I'll just have to fill out the book as we go. It may be the same or very similar lineup for Las Cruces Mayfield. She shows bunt and leaves the ball, the bat down over the plate, and I think it would have been a called strike on the outside corner anyway. So your count is now 1-2 here in the top of the first. Las Cruces Mayfield at bat after beating Hobbs 13-2 in the first of this doubleheader. Oh, just missed low, I'm guessing, to even up the count 2-2. So Emma Enoch playing left field for Mayfield, your leadoff batter. And a swing and a miss as a nice pitch from Treviso in the circle for Hobbs. And now that actually is strike 2. So it's a full count now. So that was 3-1, not 2-2, and now it's 3-2. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up after trying to ask for lineups. And a grounder over to Harrison. She stops it, fires over to first. Nicely played, and Hobbs is off to a good start as Harrison doing a good job fielding that one. It took a while to get there, and she really had to make a good throw, and Garcia with a good stretch and hung on to that at first. So 6-3 for out number 1, and Hobbs in the books. And now 32, Addison Gamboa, and I'm assuming she's going to be playing first base again. She did in the first game for Mayfield, and the first pitch comes in, and it's going to be a ball. So I'm going to put her down, assume she's on first. She's batting in the same order, second for Mayfield with as I adjust the score bug. 1 out and a 1-1 count on this batter, Gamboa. And a strike 2. Yep, she broke the plane. So 1-2 count. That is Treviso in the circle for Hobbs. Ilea Treviso, and she played right field in the first game. Did a nice job out there, and she takes a little heat off of that. An off-speed pitch stays high for ball 2. So 2-2 the count now on Gamboa. A swing and a high fly ball headed out to right field, and coming up under it, making the grab, is your right fielder in this game is Allison Garcia, doing a nice job out there. I think she was in left field last game. Now she's in right in this one, so good job with a fly out to right field. She had to come in and over to her right just a little bit and judge that one on the fly. So a fly out for out number 2. And the first pitch is a ball for a 1-0 count. Up to the plate is number 22, and another grounder over to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, fires to first. So for the second time in this at bat, 6-3 for the third out. 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And for the Hobbs defense, that's how you want to start off the game. And now Hobbs offense has got to get cooking and get their bats rolling and bring runners in. They stranded too many runners in that first game, but let's see if they're fired up and ready to change things here in this second game of the doubleheader. We'll be back with the bottom of the first inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate. Your score 0-0. More Hobbs Lady Eagles softball coming up on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan as we go to the bottom of the first inning. And Hobbs girls coming up to the plate. Lead-off batter is number 13, Kaya Boyle, your second baseman. And in the first game, Kaya had a double and scored. Or rather, Kaya had a strikeout, a walk, a pop-out, and a fly-out. So looking, she's usually very consistent at the plate. And she's going to take a look at the first one. And it's low, I believe, low for ball one. I think he didn't indicate a strike, so I'm assuming he's a little quiet. But he did not put his hand up for a strike, so I think it was low for ball one. And whoa, is that out the park? It might be just a deeply hit fly ball into deep left. And unfortunately for Kaya, it is caught out there. And I believe, even though we didn't get a lineup, it may be the same. It may be the same player. I think it's still Enoch out there in left field. So Enoch, she robbed several Hobbs hitters in that first game, and Kaya gave it a ride and a try, but fly out to position 7 for the first out. Brings up number 1, Edith Chavez, center fielder for Hobbs, as they try to get something going here offensively. They were Hobbs was uncharacteristically quiet at the bat. Man, they had a bat fest against Lubbock Coronado in their first game on Saturday, defeating them 19-5. They've been a little quiet in this one. Oh, a nicely hit ball is going to go foul, unfortunately, as Edith Chavez was in front of that one and really pulled that over foul. I think almost out of play down there along the left field line. So just becomes a long strike and evens up the count at 1-1 on her. She's capable of really slugging that ball, though, as you saw just there. In the circle again for this game is Ramirez, pitching back-to-back games for Mayfield. And a piece of that one popped high. I think it's going to go out of play. Yes, it off to the right. Becomes strike number 2 for Chavez. I was looking back in the first game. Let's see, Chavez walked, got stranded, walked and scored, had a fly out to right field, and hit a single and got stranded. So she got on base twice and couldn't get around. Ooh, she was way in front of that one. Sharply hit, foul off to the left. Count remains 1-2. Marissa Young awaits on deck, and Kari Garcia is in the hole for Hobbs. 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the first inning. They lost the first game, and they would like to even up and split this doubleheader with Mayfield. We will see. Oh, a long hit ball. Is it going to go foul? It is going to drift foul off in the corner and not caught. I tell you, Enoch has a lot of speed out there in left field. Before you know it, she covers a lot of ground and a lot of territory. Able to get there almost in time to catch that. Count stays 1-2 on Chavez. Hanging tough at the plate. And fouls that one back. Catching a piece of it. Enough to stay alive at the bat. Wait a minute. Is that? Yeah, number 1. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's going to miss outside for ball 2. 2-2 now. Different home plate ump for this one. I think he's different than I think they usually trade off when they're double headers, so I think this is a different ump. Oh, and a sharply hit ball is going to make it past as a line drive, And really, their shortstop got a hand on it, and just it glanced off of her glove. And I'm going to have to write that down as an error. I think that's Ponce at short again. So Chavez with a nicely hit, sharply hit line drive, a little too hot for Chavez to hang on to. Still got a glove on it, so E5 puts Chavez on first. So 1 out, 1 on. Young at the plate. Marissa, third baseman for Hobbs. That stays high for ball 1. As Ramirez did a nice job pitching that first game. Again, I'll repeat what I said because I do believe it. She's not a pitcher that knocks your socks off with speed, but she's smart. She varies the speed of her pitches and keeps it around the plate. She doesn't miss, that much. She only walked 4 batters in that first game. She struck out 7. And Hobbs was able to connect a lot of times, but couldn't get clean hits, and then when they got batters on, couldn't move them around. So Ramirez she gets the job done on the mound. That's in the circle. That really is the bottom line there. Is she gets the job done, and varies her speeds and where she places the ball, and she's a smart pitcher. She checks the arm. I call him the cheat sheet. Often, that's gonna miss as well. So Young works the walk, and now Hobbs in business with runners on first and second and only 1 out. Number 16, Cari Garcia, the first baseman for Hobbs at the plate. She is the cleanup hitter. So just 1 out still. So a walk puts Young on first. Oh, my camera just got to adjust that back just a little bit. There we go. The first pitch is going to be in, and it's a ball. So 1-0 count on Garcia. The cleanup hitter for Hobbs, first baseman. I think Kari did Kari park it? We had a solo homer in the last, no, that was Rodriguez who hit the solo homer in that first game for Hobbs. So 2-0 is the count now. 2-0, 1 out. Runners at first and second for Hobbs. Looking good. Need to bring those runners in. Can't afford to strand them. Hobbs left too many runners on base in that first one. Oh, sharply hit ball, but ahead of that one and fouls it down the third base line. And then it tailed off just beyond the Mayfield dugout. So 2 balls and 1 strike now. 2-1 the count, 2 runners on. Bottom of the first inning. Hobbs looking to try to win this game and split the doubleheader with Mayfield. Oh, and Kari takes a nice cut at that, but hits just below the ball on the underside of the ball and spins it back to the screen. Her timing was good on it, but she didn't hit it solid. She hit it just underneath the ball and it spun. So 2-2 the count now. Oh, call, strike 3. Oh, and she goes down looking as that hit the outside corner. So that is the first strikeout in this game for Ramirez. So 2 outs, 2 on. Number 9, Allison Garcia, the right fielder in this game. At bat for Hobbs. As Allison played left field in the first game. And that's going to be a call. Strike 1 as Garcia flinched. She thought about it, but she did not swing. And I think she felt like it was going to move and go outside and be too far out of the zone to be called a strike. But the ump said, oh, nope. That's a nicely hit ball high. Is it out of the park? Is it going? It's going. Gone. Yes. A homer, a 3-run homer. Wow. As Garcia parks it. Wow, and puts Hobbs up. 3-0 now. Hobbs up 3-1. 3-0 actually. 3-0.
Batting number 20, Nia Rodriguez.
I've always liked to play with fire.
And did it with 2 outs. So nice job, Allison Garcia, to put Hobbs up 3-0 and still batting.
Hey, run!
Still batting. Up number 20, Nia Rodriguez, the catcher. And that is going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-0. Rodriguez gets a good look at it. She, of course, catching for Hobbs. Harrison on deck, Martinez in the hole. Oh, swing and a miss. Took a good cut at it. Just hit. She swung just a little below that. Her timing just a little late on it, too. But gave it a good cut and a good look at that. 1-1 the count. Rodriguez very capable of connecting and sending that out of the park, and that's going to be low for ball number 2. So 2-1. It was over the plate, but it was low. 2-1 the count on Rodriguez. As Rodriguez had a solo homer in that first game, responsible for one of Hobbs' 2 runs in that game. And that's a high fly ball. I think it's going to shade over to the left. And wow, did Enoch catch that? She did. Amazing. She did. Enoch caught it. I told you that she is good out in left field, and she has robbed several of Hobbs' batters of hits out there in that left side, and that's one of them, as she ran and caught that and got it. And I think that camera may or may not have caught that, as she caught it just in foul territory. Robbed Rodriguez of a hit, that's for sure. So a well-hit ball by Rodriguez becomes the 3rd out and ends Hobbs' threat there. But they do manage to get 3 runs across, so no complaints here, as they were able to put 3 runs across on 1 hit, 1 error, and nobody left on base. So 3 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, nobody left on. And that is going to bring up Mayfield in the top of the 2nd inning. And I'm going to keep working on catching my book up, since I never got a lineup from the visiting coach for this game. Got one for the first. Thank you to Anthony Boyle, who shared that with me, actually. And I think it's going to bring up Annalise Perez if they're following the same order, and I think they are, as the first game. Perez, the catcher. And we'll just see. I'm going to go ahead and write the same lineup down. I may have to end up changing some players if the numbers are different when they come up.
Batting number 13, Annalise Perez.
So here we are in the top of the 2nd inning. And the first pitch is in, and it's a ball. So Perez, the catcher, up to the plate. And I believe that is number 10, Jaylene Ponce, on deck. That comes in low as well for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count. Top of the 2nd inning. Mayfield trailing 3-0 as Hobbs had a great at-bat in the bottom of the first inning. So top of the second here. 3 straight balls to Perez. 3-0 count. And that one comes in. It's a strike. So Treviso throws the strike when she had to, as Perez, obviously, the take sign was on, and her bat stayed on the shoulder. So 3-1, and a straightaway line drive shot is going to hit in shallow center. Chavez comes in on it, plays that as well as it can be played, as that was a line drive shot that was just a hit, had single written all over it. But Chavez making a nice stop and a throw in to keep it to a single for Perez. So no outs, 1 on. And number 10, Jaylene Ponce at the plate, shortstop. And I believe if they follow the same lineup, it's maybe Elijah Lara on deck. We'll wait and see. So Ponce. And a pop fly high as Garcia comes over from first and catches and hangs on to it. Man, that ball was so high. Hang time was several seconds. It gave Garcia a good chance to move in on it. She really had to work it, keep her eye on it, and keep her hand on it. So a pop fly to position 3 in the books is the first out. So 1 out, 1 on. And number 23, actually, yep, this is where the lineup varies. This is number 23 at the plate, and that is Ronnie Gallegos. And she fouls one off down the third base line over toward the Mayfield dugout. So Ronnie Gallegos batting in the 6th position. And I'm really not sure where she's playing in the field. She played center field last time, and I guess I'll put her there. Oh, yeah, nice pitch. Strike. As I think the ump, if he wasn't planning to call that a strike, then he certainly, I think, hurt enough in the pressure. And there's a grounder over to shortstop. Candace Harrison fields it, picks it up, throws it over to second base, 6-4, and gets the lead runner for the second out. That's the smart play. So 6-4 gets Perez at second for the second out. And Gallegos reaches on a fielder's choice. So 2 outs. First pitch is a ball. First pitch to number 17. Number 17, which is Justine Garcia. A ground ball to third base. Young knocks it down and makes a throw, and it bounces in front of Garcia, but she picks it up, snags it. So a good knockdown by Young and a good catch by Garcia. And that's teamwork and spells the third out as Justine Garcia grounds out to third baseman for the third out. Five to 3 for out number 3. And no runs from Mayfield in this at-bat. No runs on 1 hit. No errors. And 1 left on base. So we will go to the bottom of the second inning. And it's going to be number 7, 8, and 9 hitters up for Hobbs. So bottom of the second. So I catch up the score bug that you see on the video screen. And yes, number 10, Candy Harrison up to the plate. You know, Coach Boyle wrote down Candy. on this lineup. It was Candace the first time. I guess if she's okay with the nickname, if she goes by Candy, then I don't mind calling her that.
Candace Harrison.
So Candace or Candy, a good shortstop. She's played on Hobbs varsity for a bit now. Definitely has been instrumental in the success of the Hobbs team, as have the other Lady Eagles over the past few years. Candy Harrison batting in the 7th slot. And that's going to be inside and low for ball 1. So 1-0 count. Here we are in the bottom of the second. Hobbs leading 3-0. And in that first game, Harrison had a fly out. She had 2 flyouts and a pop out. So she made contact, hit the ball, but hitting it up and catchable ball. So she would like to get a hit here. She's got a 1-strike, 1-ball count on her now. First batter up in this at bat. That's going to be low for ball 2. So 2-1 count. No outs, nobody on. Harrison, leadoff batter. And this at bat, makes contact, catches a piece of it, fouls it back to the screen for strike 2. So 2-2 the count. No outs, nobody on. Second of a double hitter here. As pitch comes in, and it's going to be high and outside for ball 3. So Harrison works a full count. The air is starting to get quite cool. There's not a lot of wind, and that's a good thing. But the air and the breeze that is moving, it's coming into our booth from outfield in, and that's going to be called strike 4. And Harrison works the walk and is on first, gives Hobbs something to work with. Number 15, Lexi Martinez, designated player in this lineup for Hobbs. Comes to the plate. No outs, 1 runner on. Hobbs did a good job of cleaning off bases and bringing runs in, courtesy of that home run in the first at bat. And the first pitch is in, swung on and fouled off to the left for strike 1. So 0-1 count. And that's going to miss, low and away for ball 1. 1-1 count now. Let's see, in the first game, Martinez had a fly out. She had she hit long balls out to left and center field, but they were caught in the first game. So she's obviously a little frustrated, as she is, again, one of the dependable bats for Hobbs. Capable hitter while she's DPing. So 2-1 the count now. No outs, 1 runner on. Hobbs looking to move him around, move him in. That's going to miss outside as well. So ball 3, 3-1 the count now. As Ramirez in the circle, pitching back-to-back games from Mayfield. She pulls her hand out of her glove and wipes that off. Wipes her other hand off to her throwing hand. Straight up, a little dribbler out to second, a little toss over to first, and Martinez with a little dribbler to second base. 4-3 in the book for the first out, but it does move Harrison over to second, so it acts like a sack. Acts almost like a sack bunt, but it's does move the runner and brings up number 5, Jackie Fuentes. Fuentes, who's playing in left field in this game. Brings her to the plate, right-handed batter. Runner in scoring position at second. And that is a ball. High for ball one. So 1 out, no outs rather. No outs, a runner on. And there's a high fly ball, but coming in on it, drops it. The right fielder had it in her glove, but dropped it. So an E9 puts Fuentes on, and the throw comes in right away. The right fielder, she may have dropped it, but she picked it up right away and threw it to third base. A nice throw to keep Harrison on second. So Fuentes reaches on the E9, but it was a well-hit ball. So no outs and runners at first and second now. And that brings up top of the order, Kaya Boyle. And that's high for ball one. So 1-0 the count. Hobbs leading this one 3-0. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Second of a doubleheader here. Oh, a nicely hit ball high to left field. Enoch coming under it, and she makes the catch and makes the throw. And Harrison tagged up and was thinking about heading over to third, but scrambles back to the bag as Enoch made the throw in. So Kaya gave it a ride and a good try. A fly out to left field, though, for the first out. Hobbs, that's only the first out in the inning, so Hobbs has 2 more to work with. Room and time to bring the runners around and in. And Edith Chavez at the plate now. Chavez, center fielder, high fly ball, could be trouble. Oh, drifting over and catching it is Enoch, though. Makes the grab, and I've said it a couple of times. Enoch has robbed some Hobbs batters of hits out there with her speed and her throwing arm. So she caught that one and ended Hobbs' opportunity to try to increase their lead. They are still in the lead, though. A fly out to 7 for the third out. So no runs. No runs on no hits. I'm double checking that. No runs on no hits, 1 error, and 2 left on base. And we're going to go to the top of the third inning now. Top of the third coming up, Mayfield coming up to bat. And we'll be back with Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. It's great. Who knows what her number is? I have no clue. Have any idea who she is? Yeah. All right. Well, right. Justine Garcia was the last batter that she made that. Right. And this girl has her warm-up jacket on, covering up her number. So since we don't have a lineup up here, she shows bunt, then brings the ball back, but it's a strike. So it's a 1-1 count on this batter. Sorry, we don't have a lineup, and her jersey number is not showing, so we cannot give you her name. You know, this is a visiting team. We don't know these players by sight. None of us know these players. Okay. And there's a foul back out of play behind us. Evens up the count 2-2 now. So this is the leadoff batter for Mayfield. Batting in the 8th slot, whoever she is, wherever she's playing in the field. We don't know. And that's going to be low. Miss for ball 3, so that's going to bring a full count now. Hobbs really trying to be efficient. They need to be. Get outs quickly, get back in the dugout, and try to increase their lead. They are leading this one. And there's a swing and a cut as she catches a piece of it to stay alive at the bat. So count remains 3-2 with no outs. Here we are, top of the third. Hobbs leading 3-0 over Mayfield in the second of a doubleheader. Hobbs lost the first one, but they're looking for redemption right here. A swing and a foul back out of play again as this batter hanging tough. Whoever she is, we do not know. There's a hot grounder that's going to find its way between third and shortstop. And that's going to put her on, whoever she is. So a single, a leadoff single, puts a runner on. No outs, one on. Oh,
Batting number 1, Angelina Garcia.
and number 1, Angelina Garcia. Okay, thank you. And a foul ball dies in foul territory. So now the count is 0-2, so you know that she's not going to be trying to bunt. She swings away and swings and misses, so a strikeout. Nicely done. Nice strikeout for out number 1. As, yep, the 2 strikes, one of them coming off of the bunt that rolled foul. And they're going to call a dead ball. It hit the player while she was in the box. So that's a strike on Enoch because it's top of the order here on the top of the third. A swing, and that is a foul ball. Lucky for Hobbs because that was a blistering hit right down the line and would have been trouble. Luckily, it went foul before it hit got to third base. So instead, it becomes a second strike against Enoch. 0-2 count now. 1 out, 1 on, runner on first. 0-2 count. And another foul ball down off to the left. So count remains 0-2. On Enoch, their left fielder. Enoch had a strikeout, a fly out, hit a double and got stranded, and then it hit a single home run and another double and scored. And she hits another one foul out of play. So hanging tough at the bat. Yeah, she has a lot of power. She is. She's not a very tall or big player, but she is some kind of fast out in the field. She's a good fielder and a good batter. And that's a line drive shot over the third baseman's head. Going to go to the wall. It's going to be a little bit of trouble as, yeah, it bounces funny. And it's going to score 1. And it's going to be an RBI double for Enoch. On 2 strikes, an 0-2 count. She hit an RBI double. And she brought that unnamed player in. So now Mayfield on the board with 1 run. It's 3-1. A runner on second, 1 out, 1 on. Gamboa, the first baseman, to the plate. She had a fly out to the right fielder her last time up, so she's 0 for 1 in this game. And 2 balls and no strikes, the count. She went for it, and a lot of some of the fans thinking that she broke the plane. She didn't check her swing. And that is going to be a ball, missed just outside. So 3-0 is the count. 3-0, 1 out, 1 on, and that's ball 4. So a close, one of those balls that was called a ball, very close to being a strike. Some of the Hobbs faithful also thinking that she might have broken the plane, not checked her swing on one of those pitches as well. But it's a walk, and she's on first. Next batter up, number 22, Angelina Ramirez, the pitcher. And fouled off for strike 1. So 0-1 the count now. And a question, I don't know what. Oh, well, it's about how she's feeling, because that foul hit her. Coach making sure that she's okay. 0-1 count. 1 out, runners at first and second. The potential go-ahead run at the plate. And a well-hit ball. Oh, what a catch! That's one of those highlight reel catches as Chavez out in center doing an amazing job. I don't think anybody thought that she was going to get there in time. She threw her body out, full out, and caught it and kept it in her glove. What a catch by Chavez. Nice, as she robbed Ramirez of a hit there. Beautiful fly out for the second out. Wow, what a catch. So 2 outs now, and Elisa Perez, the catcher, up to the plate. She singled and got thrown out, and that ball is going to get, it wasn't a pass ball. It's just Rodriguez kind of lost her handle on it. And savvy base runners out there moved over. Enoch moved to third, Gamboa moved to second. And that's going to be a ball. It's going to stay high. So 2-1 is your count now. 2-1 on the count on Perez. And there's a grounder to Harrison. She picks it up, fires over to first. So yes, a ground out to the shortstop ends the at-bat, but not before Mayfield is able to put 1 run across. So 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Hobbs still leading 3-1. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As we go to the bottom of the third inning, and your score is 3-1 here. 3-1. Hobbs leading. And Hobbs up to bat. It'll be number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, up to the plate, followed by Kari Garcia and Allison Garcia. So the heart of the order, 3, 4, 5 for Hobbs, as they would love to add some insurance runs. They're leading by 2 runs, 3-1 right now, here in the bottom of the third inning. Hey, there's a 0 for Mayfield in the top of the third, we're here. We're in the bottom of the third, so Hobbs doesn't have anything yet. You're right. They don't have anything yet. You're good. You're good. And Young up to the plate. First pitch is a ball. 1-0 the count. Young, the leadoff hitter, trying to get something started for Hobbs. There are 2 runs in front of Mayfield. You don't think that that's enough to feel comfortable, because Mayfield is capable of putting up so many runs on opponents. I mean, they have won 3 their first 4 games of the season, and they've done it by at least 10 runs against each of those opponents. And a 3-0 count now, as Young trying to work the walk or get a hit, just get on base. She walked and scored for Hobbs her first time up. Oh, and that's going to be high and inside for ball number 4 and put Young on base. That's the 3rd walk that Ramirez has issued in this game. And she has only struck out 1 in this game. She had 7 strikeouts in the first one. I believe 7. I'll have to look back and check that. No, I think she had ended up with, yeah, she may have ended up with more than that. I'll have to go back and look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now she ended up with 9 strikeouts in the first game. And had 4 walks in the first game. So Garcia with a 1-1 count on her. No outs, 1 runner on, and a swing and a foul back to the screen for strike number 2. So Kari Garcia got a very capable of parking the ball or hitting long balls. She's in the cleanup spot for a reason. Nice grounder, a hot grounder, straight up the middle, just to the right of second base. Not playable at all. The second baseman from Mayfield would have had to have been shading over to have any chance at that, as that was hit up. A hot grounder up the middle, and Garcia moves Young over to second. Garcia with a single on first. Brings up number 9, Allison Garcia, your right fielder. No outs, runners at first and second. A swing and a tip for strike 1. So 0-1 count, no outs, runners at first and second for Hobbs here in the bottom of the third inning. They lead 3-1, but they would like to add insurance runs to that lead against a capable Mayfield team. And a swing and a miss for strike 2, 0-2. And I think Garcia is just, she's trying. She had the 3 RBI homer in her first at-bat. All she needs to do is make contact with the ball. Doesn't have to be a hero this time. Make contact and get on base, move some runners around. And she lets that one go wisely. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count. If she can just make solid contact, get a hit, move the runners around, maybe move some in. But she had a beautifully hit 3 RBI homer her first time up at bat. And there's a hot grounder. It's going to find its way through to center field. It'll score 1. And, yep, it's an RBI single for Garcia, as she has been on fire in this game. So Young scores for Hobbs, and Kari Garcia moves all the way around to third. So runners at the corners for Hobbs, no outs. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, to the plate. So Hobbs now with a 4-1 lead, and a hit straight up the middle. Again, a hot grounder straight up the middle is going to score Garcia from third. An RBI single for Rodriguez. An RBI single gives Hobbs another score, another run. So it's 5-1 now. No outs. Runners at first and second. And I think we may have a pitching change. Let's see. No, I guess no, not a pitching change, as I think Coach Boyle had a question. I think they're going to have a courtesy runner. That's it. Going to have a courtesy runner in for Rodriguez. And I believe that's going to be, is it going to be Chavarria? What number? I can't tell the number there. Can't see the number of the girl who went out to first, the courtesy runner, but there will be a courtesy runner. It's a very short bench for Hobbs. And a hot grounder going to shortstop. She makes the grab and then a throw. But I think wisely they hold the runner up. So Allison Garcia safe at third on an error on the throw. And Candy Harrison reaches on a fielder's choice. So an error on a throw.
Number 15, Lexi Martinez.
And that loads the bases for Hobbs. And it brings up number 15, Lexi Martinez, the designated player. A swing and catches just a piece of it off the end of her bat. As I think she's standing up there, she's wanting to with one swing to put Hobbs ahead for 4 runs here. So she caught a piece of it just off the end of her bat, but she wants it bad. You can tell she's at the bat. She needs to just take a deep breath and focus. And there's a hit right back to the mound, and that is going to be a throw into home. It's going to score 1, and the throw to first pulls the runner off, and the throw back to the plate not in time, and it goes wide too. So a couple of scoring errors as Garcia comes in. Rodriguez, or the courtesy runner for Rodriguez, comes in. Harrison moves to third, and Martinez reached on the fielder's choice and then moved to second on the throwing error. So 2 more runs scoring for Hobbs. They have put 4 across the plate in this inning. They came in 3 with 3 runs, 3-1, and now it is actually, I think it is 7-1. No, they threw it out at the plate. That's right. The lead runner got thrown out at the plate. So That's right. Lead runner was thrown out. So that was the first. I'm catching the book up and making my adjustments here. So 1 out. And only 3 have crossed the plate, not 4. So 3 runs across so far for Hobbs in this inning, but runners at second and third. And with 1 out now, it's 0-1 on the batter. Oh, a change up as she really changed the speed on that. And Jackie Fuentes waited, and she tried to be patient and waited as long as she could, but she still was ahead of that, swatted and caught just a piece of it. So 0-2 the count on Fuentes now. And that's going to be a ball. So 1-2 the count. 1 out. Runners on second and third for Hobbs as they've stretched their lead out now, 6-1 over Mayfield in the second game of a doubleheader here. Beautiful. A little chopper is going to find its way to third, picked up, fired over to first for the second out, but it's going to be a sacrifice as a sacrifice RBI, a sac RBI for Fuentes. Harrison comes in.
For Hobbs, number 13, Kaya Boyle.
Martinez moves over to third. And 2 outs now. And the first ball is in, and it is a call strike. So back to the top of the order with Kaya Boyle at the bat. 0-1 count on her. 2 outs, runner on third. And that's going to hit the outside corner, an off-speed pitch.
You ready, Kaya? You ready?
0-2 count on Boyle as she has hit long balls out to left and right field. Her first 2 times up. And it's a line drive, hot shot into left field is going to score 1. Finally, Kaya Boyle, has, after hitting long fly balls that have been caught and robbed her, she hits a line drive shot over the third baseman's head, and she gets an RBI single. So that scored Martinez from third. With 2 outs. And a runner on first. Edith Chavez up to the plate, your center fielder with that fantastic catch. And that's going to be a chopper. It's going to roll foul down the third base line. Coach Boyle need to put a glove on him out there. He may be standing there and thinking, oh man, my hands hurt, but I can't show it. I can't let him see that, right? So 6-1 is your score. Actually, 8-1. And a high pop fly is foul, and everybody loses it in the lights, I think, as the catcher kind of lost it. And the pitcher and first baseman came over trying to catch it. So Ramirez and Gamboa both trying to go for it, but high pop foul ends up just being a strike. As Chavez now with a 1-2 count on her. 2 outs. Ooh, and that's going to be high for ball 2. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. The Lady Eagles have really broken it open. They came into this one leading 3-1, and they put 5 runs across in this at bat. A swing and a foul tip as she stays alive. She got just enough of it to stay alive at the bat. So count remains 2-2. With Boyle still on first after her RBI single. Brought Martinez in. So Hobbs leading this one. Still looking good, and that's a ball, so it'll even up the count. It'll actually bring the count full, rather. It was 2-2, now it's full count. So Chavez with a full count, 2 outs, 1 runner on. A chance to keep the runs going, though, keep this inning going. A hit down the third base line, and that one, well, Boyle couldn't quite get the hand on it this time. Gets by him, but it's just becomes another one that Chavez fights off, staying alive at the bat.
Come on, Edith.
And the pitch comes in. That's going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner. So Chavez goes down looking. 3rd out. As the Lady Eagles batted around in that at-bat, and they managed to put 5 runs across on 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. There were 2 throwing errors by Mayfield in that, and 1 left on base. So we are going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs leading this one 8-1 over Las Cruces Mayfield. We'll be back with Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. The second of a doubleheader. Hobbs lost the first one, but they are leading in the second one. Top of the 4th inning. Hobbs 8-1, and the leadoff batter from Mayfield, a little dribbler, and it just dies. And coming in on it from the mound, Treviso tries she gets it and makes the throw, but just not in time. So leadoff batter number 10, Jaylene Ponce, with a single. There was no foul. No error. She just bait that one out. Hit ball is going to go just foul. It's going to land in just to the right of the line, down the first base line in the outfield. Got everybody moving and chasing it, though. Good hustle by Hobbs. So Ponce on first. No outs. And a swing and a foul ball. I think he called it a dead ball. It's a foul ball. She swung at it, but it was dead. I think it bounced up and hit her while she was in the box. So 0-2 count now on Gallegos. Swing and a little chopper is going to go foul down the third base line over toward the Mayfield dugout. Count stays 0-2. No outs, 1 on. Hobbs leading this one 8-1 here in the top of the 4th. A swing and a foul back to the screen as Gallegos hangs tough and stays alive at the bat. Treviso, your starting pitcher. still in the circle in this one, doing a nice job for Hobbs. A swing and a high fly ball headed out to center field. Edith Chavez with a nice grab, has to move a few steps over to the left to get that one, but hangs on to it. So Gallegos gave it a ride, flies out to center field, position 8 for first out, and that is going to keep Ponce on first. And that's going to bring up number 24, Morgan Martinez. And a fly is caught.
Number 11, Andrea Pando.
Sorry, I've got a reading text here. And a pop. Could be trouble, but Candy Harrison makes it look easy as she, at shortstop, drifts back and keeps her eye on the ball. And what could have dropped in as a hit is an out. So nice fielding, nice work by the Hobbs Lady Eagles all the way around to get that out, that third out. So a pop to the shortstop, position 6 for the third out. 4 up, 3 down, as Mayfield tried to get something going with their leadoff hitter in that at bat, Ponce getting a single, but then getting stranded. So there were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and only 1 left on base. Hobbs doing a nice job, 4 up, 3 down, and still with the 8-1 lead. We're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. Thank you very much to the announcer here. What is your, Danny Smith? Danny Smith, hey, thank you very much. As we're trading information, we've traded back and forth, helped each other out on some things, so thank you very much.
You ready, Marissa?
So 3 outs in that top of the 4th with the score not changing. And here we are in the bottom of the 4th, and Marissa Young at the plate, trying to start things off for Hobbs. They put 5 runs across in the last at bat. A swing and a foul. I think it's going to be out of play. It is, although it got the whole left side of Mayfield's defense out there running for the fence. Good hustle, but out of play. So 2 strikes on Marissa Young, leading things off for the Lady Eagles here in this at-bat, as she did the last time. She started things off the last time. The Lady Eagles batted around in that last at-bat in the bottom of the 3rd. And that one comes in low for ball 1, 1-2. Young worked a walk and scored her last time up. She worked a walk and scored the first time up in this game. swing and a miss, and she goes down swinging. So first out. And I think that is 1, 2, that is what, the third? That is the third strikeout for Ramirez in this game. And I think she's had 3 walks as well in this game. 1, 2, 3. Yep, three strikeouts, 3 walks so far in this game. And that's going to bring up number 16, Kari Garcia, the first baseman for Hobbs. She hit a single and then got thrown out at home on a force play her last time up. But she got a nice hit, a good single, and put her on base last time. That's going to be high for ball. So 2-0 is the count on Garcia. One out, nobody on. A grounder to shortstop, scooped up. The throw is on target and on time. So 6-3 in the book, and Garcia's thrown out, and that's out number 2 for Hobbs. But they have a nice lead over Mayfield in this second of a doubleheader. The score is 8-1. And that brings up number 9, Allison Garcia, your right fielder. She's 2 for 2 in this game. She had an RBI single her last time up and a 3-run home run. A chopper is picked up by the shortstop and fired over. So 6-3 again, and 3 up, 3 down. Not many pitches pitched in that at bat for Hobbs. I think there were maybe 4, 5, 6, maybe 6 or 7 pitches total in that. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, but Hobbs with that nice 7-run lead, 8-1, as we go to the top of the 5th, and Mayfield coming up to bat. And we'll have more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Hobbs still leading 8-1, and Mayfield up to the plate, and it is the bottom of the lineup. Number 1, Angelina Garcia, up to the plate, and she fouls that one off. First pitch a strike as well, so 0-2 the count on Garcia. She struck out her last time at bat, which is her first time in this game. Batting in that 9th slot, just a little low and outside. Hobbs faithful wanted that strike, but we can see from this direction that was it was nice at the knees, just above the knees, and a lot of speed on it, but just a bit outside. That one swung on, a high fly ball headed over, and Harrison drifts out from shortstop to make the grab. As no hard feelings as Fuentes and Harrison are congratulating each other. Fuentes was playing pretty deep and would not have had time to get in on it, I don't think, although she ran in and had good speed. But Harrison with another good grab out there. So fly out to shortstop for the first out, and first pitch is hit, and it's a long one out to left field. This time Fuentes gets in on it, gets the action out there, and makes the grab, the catch, and hangs on to it. So Hobbs now being very efficient as Enoch hit the first pitch that was pitched to her. and had a fly out to left field for the second out. So 2 down, 2 outs, and that's going to float just a little inside as number 32, Addison Gamboa, the first baseman, up to the plate. 1-0 count on her, 2 outs, a 1-0 count. Nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, and call strike. So 1-1 the count. Gamboa walked and got stranded her last time up. She had a fly out to right field her first time up in this game. 1-1 the count, and that is going to be a ball. So 2-1. Top of the 5th, Lady Eagles are leading 8-1. And that's, looked pretty good to everybody, but the ump said it was 2-something. It was either too low, too outside, 2-something, and becomes a ball. So a 3-1 count now. And a swing and a high fly ball headed out to center field. Edith Chavez drifts over to her right a few yards and makes the catch. So a fly out to center field, and the Lady Eagles get them 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Very efficient. Not many pitches pitched in that one to get 3 outs as well. So the teams trade 3 up, 3 down at bats, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. The Lady Eagles coming in to bat. They lead 8-1, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, it was 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors in the top of the 5th as the Lady Eagles dispatched Mayfield. And now coming up to the plate again, it's hitters 6, 7, and 8 for Hobbs. Number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, up first here. And quickly 2 balls and no strikes on her. And a hit, a high fly ball headed out to left field. Enoch comes up under it and catches that one. But Rodriguez got a good wood on it, as they say, and gave it a ride. But a fly out to left field, first out. It brings up number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop, who was she has made a couple of really good catches there and plays at shortstop. It's been kind of a hot spot this game and the last one as well. First pitch is a ball. Count on her, 1-0, 1 out, nobody on. 1-0 count. Swing and a nice line drive out to right field is going to be fielded out there. And Harrison had to really hustle to first because coming up in their player in right field out there. And again, she's had her jacket on the whole time. I don't know which player she is, but
15, Lexi Martinez.
she made a good stop and a good throw. If Harrison had been a slower runner, it might have gotten her, but Harrison had a good hit and is on base with a single. One out, one on. And a hit off the end of the bat is going to go foul over toward the Mayfield dugout. It's number 15, Lexi Martinez at the bat. She's a designated player, a left-handed hitter. She reached on a fielder's choice and crossed the plate her last time up. She was thrown out, grounded out to second her first time up. So she is making her third plate appearance in this game. Eagles are leading. Lady Eagles are up 8-1 over Mayfield from Las Cruces. That's going to stay high. Throw down to second is not in time, and it rolls out towards center. I don't think she would have had time to make it to third. It would have had a chance of a bad throw, hoping for a bad throw if she was going to make it, but she stays put on second and is content with stealing second. So 1 ball, 1 strike on Lexi Martinez now. And a hit, a grounder to second base, picked up, tossed over to first. A throw over to third is going to keep Candace Harrison on third base, but it does move Candy around. So it acts, it's a sack. 4-3 for the second out. Moved a runner and brings up Jackie Fuentes, the left fielder. And that's going to be inside for ball 1. Fuentes also with some really good work out in left field for the Lady Eagles in this game. So 1 ball, no strikes, a runner on third. 2 outs. Good chance to bring that runner in. Oh, a nice hit ball. It will bring a runner in. Great, a hot grounder that goes between first and second. No chance to field that ball. Just a well-hit grounder as Fuentes has an RBI single. An RBI single. And that brings the top of the order back up for Hobbs. Leadoff hitter Kaya Boyle. She had an RBI single her last time up. She finally really, nailed it, hit the sweet spot after flying out, hitting some really good balls that simply got caught in this game and the previous. She had an RBI single but got stranded her last time up, and the first pitch into her is going to be inside for ball 1. So 2 outs, 1 runner on. And that's going to stay fair. Yeah, nice fly ball is going to just be fair along the third base line. And hit the in the outfield. Finally hit one that Enoch, even with her speed, couldn't get to in time. So nice. So Boyle with a single brings up number 1 Edith Chavez to the plate, and she swings and fouls one out of play off to the right for strike 1. So 2 outs, 2 on, runners at first and second for Hobbs, as they've scored 1 this inning, made it 9-1. Oh, and that's right down the pike. Whoa, good pitch. Chavez gave it a look, but didn't offer. So 0-2 count, 2 outs, 2 runners on, 1 run across so far in this at bat for Hobbs, and that's going to miss low and outside for ball 1. So low and away makes it 1-2 count on Edith Chavez. She reached on an error and scored her first time up. Had a long fly to left field her second time up that got caught. And there's a grounder over to third base, and that is going to be 5 unassisted as she touches third base and gets the force out as Fuentes actually gets called out on that. 5 unassisted for the 3rd out, and that is going to end the at-bat. As technically, as the 3rd baseman simply fielded that grounder and touched for the 3rd out, touched third base for the 3rd out. So 3 outs, but 1 run scored on 3 hits. 1 run on 3 hits. There were no errors. And 2 left on base. No, 1, 2. Yes, 2 left on base. So we go to the top of the 6th inning with Mayfield coming up to the plate. And Hobbs is leading this one. Lady Eagles are up 9-1. We'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lady Eagle softball. Top of the 6th inning. And first batter is number 22, Angelina Ramirez, the pitcher. And first pitch is a call, strike 1. As Treviso hits the outside corner with a little heat. And this is a grounder. It's going to stay fair. It's going to be picked up by Young. And nice stop. Not much she can do. She stopped it, turned around, made the best throw she could, but just not in time to beat Speedy Ramirez. So simply becomes an infield single as no error.
Number 13, Annalise Perez.
And that brings up number 13, Annalise Perez, who is the catcher. So no outs, 1 runner on. And that ball kind of gets hung up as Rodriguez finds it, but no harm as Ramirez stays on first. Oh, and a hit straight back to the mound, and then Harrison manages to come over and knock it down. And good work by Chavez in center, being right there to hold the runner on second. So no error. That was simply just a hot hit right straight back up the middle. It went right by Treviso. Perez with a single. So back-to-back singles have runners at first and second with no outs here in the top of the 6th inning. This is not the time that the Lady Eagles want to let Mayfield have one of those breakout innings where they just score a bunch of runs. Right now, the Lady Eagles are leading 9-1, and they want to shut things down and keep Mayfield from breaking things wide open. No outs, runners at first and second, and number 10, Jaylene Ponce, the shortstop, up. She cracks at the first one, but fouls it off to the screen, off to the right for strike 1. So 0-1 count on Ponce. Gallegos is on deck, and I think Garcia, either Garcia or Martinez will be in the hole. Martinez batted for Justine Garcia the last time. And that's going to stay high for ball number 1. So evens the count, 1-1. With no outs, 2 on here in the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs wants to shut Mayfield down and seal things off here as quickly as they can without giving up too much. Oh, a nice pitch by Treviso. Gets Ponce chasing just a little. Swing and a miss with 1-2 the count now. You can hear Mayfield making noise. They're trying for a breakout inning. Oh, a high fly ball has Chavez drifting back. It's going to go. And does she get it? It goes over the fence. Wow, I can't believe that snuck over. And that's going to be a 3-run homer. So a 3 RBI homer, 3-run home run. And that's going to make the score 9-4 here. No, 9-5. No, 9-4. That's right. There were just 2 on. Bases were not loaded. So, yep. A 3 RBI homer, 3-run home run. Cleans off the bases, makes the score 9-4. Hobbs still with a 5-run lead, and that's not the worst thing, that could have happened. Now they kind of can just take a deep breath and start over here and just work on getting outs. 1, 2, 3, getting them out, shutting things down. They would still have enough of a lead to go in to the bottom of the 6th with a chance to get those runs back and stay ahead of Mayfield. So Ronnie Gallegos is now batting. So, yep, Ronnie Gallegos. I've got her next in line here in order. And that's going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner and even the count up at 1-1. So deep breath for Hobbs. Just reset. Try to work on getting these outs one at a time here. And that's going to come in a little bit low for ball 2. So 2-1. Top of the 6th. Hobbs still leading 9-4. And a swing and a foul back out of play off to the right for a strike 2. Evens things up 2-2. A swing and again a high pop foul. Oh, Garcia trying for it, but that's one of those she would not have been able to get as, a really good try as Garcia kept an eye on it, but she was so close to the dugout and it hit just right there in the doorway of the dugout, kind of off the screen. So really an impossible play there. Count stays 2-2 and a high fly ball headed out to right center. Who's going to get it? Coming over from right is Garcia. As Chavez was there, Boyle drifted back to try to see if she could get it. And Allison Garcia called it and came in and caught it. So good work.
Batting number 24, Morgan Martinez.
So now, really, that home run. Yeah, a nice call strike. That home run, it certainly closed the gap, but it really gave Hobbs a chance to just kind of relax and say, okay, the worst happened. They got a home run. They cleaned off the bases. Now they can just concentrate on the outs, get them, get back in the dugout, try to get the runs back, or at least some of them, and stay ahead of Mayfield. They really just want to end up with a win here, and they've still got time and room to do that, and that's going to be a ball outside. So the count 2-1 now on Garcia, on Garcia. No, who is this? 17 Garcia? No, 24. That is Martinez. As the first at bat, Justine Garcia batted, but then Morgan Martinez came in this position, in this batting position in the lineup. Count even at 2-2 now. And another foul out of play off to the right. So Martinez staying alive at the plate. She had a fly out her last time up. A fly out to left field, as a matter of fact, and a swing and a chopper down the third base line goes foul. So count remains 2-2. I've got, I'm showing Andrea Pondo up next in the 8th slot, and then Angelina Garcia batting 9th if they stay in the order that they were the last time. Ooh, swing and a miss. As a strikeout, Treviso got her to chase on a nice breaking ball that I think might have been a call strike anyway, but Garcia went down swinging and a strikeout for out 2, and that's a big one as
11, Andrea Pondo.
now 2 outs. And the first pitch is going to be in just outside. Treviso took a little speed off that, kind of an off-speed pitch, trying to clip the outside corner. The ump said it did not clip it. That's a grounder to Harrison. She makes the stop, and the throw, is it in time? Yes, got her for the third out, so 6-3 in time. Nice play by Harrison as, wow, she had to stop that ball and then throw a nice hard one, and Garcia ready in the stretch with the catch. 3 outs, and of course 3 runs across that time, but not enough, as Hobbs still has the lead 9-4. So 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Your Lady Eagles coming up to bat. And we'll have more Hobbs girls softball action on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thanks so much for watching and listening as we're able to get the camera switched out and bring you video for this entire game. Thanks to Ty Friend, his wife Allison, whoever communicated this need. I don't know who listened and knew about that. And then Charles brought the camera up to the booth. Made the viewing possible for this one. So for the 3rd straight inning, Marissa Young is the leadoff batter for Hobbs. And the count is 0-1 as she hit the first one, but it went foul. That's going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner. Young, left-handed hitter. So a foul for strike 1 and then a call, strike 2. 0-2. Hobbs is leading Mayfield 9-4. They're 5 runs to the good here at the bottom of the 6th. They'd like to get some of those runs back that they lost on that 3-run home run in the last at-bat for Mayfield. So 0-2 the count, or 1-2 rather is the count now. 1-2 on Marissa Young. And that is going to be a miss outside for ball 2 as the ball hit Ramirez's hip. And as a pitcher, sometimes that just happens. Although it tended to happen to me when you get a little tired. And this is her 2nd game. She's pitching back-to-back games. She takes a little speed off of that. It stays high and runs the count full. So sometimes the mechanics just kind of go goofy in your delivery and you hit your hip sometimes enough that you drop the ball or that it goes even further outside. And that's going to be a swing and a high fly ball headed to left field. Enoch comes up under it and catches it. So a fly out to left field for out number 1. But Marissa gave it she gave it a ride and a good try.
16, Gary Garcia.
Number 16, Kari Garcia, the first baseman, up to the plate. She grounded out to the shortstop her last time. She had a single and got put out at home her 2nd time up to the bat. She struck out her first time. So she is 1 for 3. This is her 4th plate appearance in this game. And she looks at the first ball, and the count is 1-0. Good one. Straight up the middle. A nice line drive is going to bounce just beyond second base and roll out to center field. Gallegos makes the grab and throws it in. So, yes, a nice single for Kari Garcia. She's on first base.
Batting number 9, Allison Garcia.
So, 1 out, 1 on. Number 9, Allison Garcia, the right fielder, into the plate. She's 2 for 3 in this game, her 4th plate appearance. She had an RBI single and scored, had a 3 RBI homer her first time up to bat. So 2 for 3. And flinches, looks at that first one, thinks about it. Thinks about it, but doesn't pull the trigger, and it's a call, strike 1. So 0-1 the count, 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs up 9-4. We're here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Oh, and she broke the plane. Yep, she offered on that. It was a little high. She was a little anxious and didn't check her swing. So 0-2. But she has hit the ball a couple of times, big hits on 2 strike counts. That's going to be outside for ball 1. Ramirez ahead of the batter. Has a couple of balls to give, and I think she was seeing if she could get Garcia to chase, and Garcia did not. This one, she fouls off to the right, takes a good cut at it. Long foul ball out of play. Count remains 1-2. So 1-2 the count, 1 out, 1 on. Hobbs trying to increase their lead, get some runs back. A nicely hit ball, fly ball out to center field. Oh, it's caught, though, as Gallegos out there moves over to her right, comes in on it, and makes the grab. And a fly out to center field. Position 8 for out number 2. Hobbs with 2 outs, 1 on, runner on first. 20, Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, up to the plate. Coach Boyle, I think, is he calling for a courtesy runner for Garcia? He's asking the home plate ump something. I don't know what Coach Boyle is asking about or talking about. I think he might be sending a courtesy runner in for her. I'm not sure. Not sure what he's thinking here. Yep, courtesy runner. That's going to be Jessie Ojeda. So courtesy runner Jessie Ojeda will be at first, running in place of Kari Garcia. And that's going to bring up Rodriguez, the catcher, to the plate. The home plate ump is making note of the courtesy runner there at first. Now he'll move back behind the plate.
Come on, A-Rod. Turn it out.
So Anaya Rodriguez, I guess her nickname A-Rod. I think that's appropriate, definitely. She's a big stick, and I think that's out of the park, is it? It's out. No! Whoa, yeah. Out of the park, beautifully hit. Wow. It just had that great sound when it left the bat and the speed coming off of the ball. When she hit that, you could just see it headed for beyond the fence. So a 2-run home run. 2 RBI home run for Anaya Rodriguez. That brought Garcia in. Rodriguez touched them all. And Hobbs got a couple of those runs back that they gave up in the last at-bat to Mayfield. A swing and a line drive shot right by second base is going to roll all the way to the fence. It's going to be trouble. The throw in is going to keep Harrison on third. So a stand-up triple for Harrison puts her on third base. So still 2 outs for Hobbs here as they put 2 runs across already.
Batting number 15, Lexi Martinez.
11-4 is your score now for Hobbs. And she hits it off of the end of her bat. Lexi Martinez up, designated player for Hobbs. Fouls that one off. Got just the end of her bat. Fouled it off to the left. Strike one. Runner on third. 2 outs. That is going to get behind, and I think that's going to score a run. Yep, it will, as that hit the plate and got beyond Perez and went to the screen. And Perez not able to attempt a throw to get it and turn around and throw. So and it hit the plate. I'm going to ask Danny. I would call that call that a wild pitch or a pass ball. What do you think? Wild pitch or pass ball? There's a grounder to shortstop. She knocks it down and fires to first. And Lexi Martinez, Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. As in that bottom of the 6th inning, Hobbs was able to put 3 runs on 3 hits, and there were no errors, nobody left on base. And the first batter up, pops it up, and Marissa Young making the catch at third base for the first out. That was number 14, Elijah Lotta, batting in the 9th slot there. And Lotta with the pop to position 5 for the first out. Now Hobbs is 2 outs away from winning this game. Top of the lineup now, number 7, Emma Enoch. Up, and she hits a long fly ball out to left field, and it goes over the fence. It's a solo home run. So a solo home run for Emma Enoch. And just seeing Mayfield play these 2 games, I would have to say that Enoch is their MVP. She really has I think she's been the MVP of both games. She is just an all-around good player. And a solo homer gives Mayfield another run. But don't worry, Hobbs is still well ahead, 12-5 now. If they can just get the other 2 outs here and not let Mayfield get anything going. Just get the other 2 outs and they'll have this win. Addison Gamboa up to the plate. So 1 out. Nobody on. And foul back out of play for strike 1. Evens up the count, 1-1 on Addison Gamboa, the first baseman for Mayfield. That pitch, a little chopper back to the mound. Oh, it hits Treviso's glove and bounces off. And that's one of those, boy, I hate to write the error down, but it hit her glove. I really think it kind of bounced funny, and it hit her glove and rolled off. But she got her glove on it, so it's going to have to, I think, technically be an error on the pitcher. That's always hard to write down. Not much. Treviso, it just bounced funny, and sometimes as a player, it's not fair, but that kind of thing happens to you, not just as a pitcher, but as an infielder. So 1 out, 1 on. Oh, just missed, as I think that caught the inside corner, but I guess it was a little low. So 3 balls now. 3 balls and no strikes finally. The score bug was frozen. I couldn't get it to punch. Maybe it's my hands that are a little frozen. That air has gotten very cold, and I've been punching it, trying to get it to take that and change the balls on there. After a 3-1 count, and foul off to the right, out of play, of course. It is 3-2. So nope, just 3-1. No, it is full count. Yeah, it's full count on Ramirez. 1 out, 1 runner on. A swing and a long fly ball. Is that going to be out of the park? It is. Another home run, and suddenly Mayfield is looking like they're going to crawl back into this one. By virtue of the bat and another solo, well, it's not a solo homer, it's a 2-run homer. So a 2-run home run that brings in Gamboa, who reached on the little blooper infield error. And then Ramirez brings her in. So a 2-run home run makes it 12-7 now. Hobbs still with a 5-run lead, but they need to get these other 2 outs. They're 2 outs away from winning this game. If they can just get 2 more outs, they've got this one, but they need to do it before Mayfield catches up with them on these home runs over the fence homers. And that is a call, strike 1. Over the plate and at the knees. So 0-1 count on Perez, and that's going to be a ball, as Treviso changing the speed on that, offering up a little changeup, but it stayed too low. And a high fly ball heading out to center field. Chavez coming under it and coming in on it, makes the grab and hangs on to it, and that's an important second out right there. Chavez with good work in the outfield. In fact, the Lady Eagles have been just really spot on defensively. Doing a good job on defense in the first game, too. Their offense just couldn't get anything really ignited, not enough in that first game. But, man, their bats have been smoking in this one. And a nice out, a nice catch out in center field for that second out. And that really... Now they're just 1 out away from winning this game. First pitch fouled for strike 1. Ponce up to the plate. And a line drive just over the head of Boyle. She stretched up for it, but it was just out of reach for her. So a line drive single by Ponce puts her on. Lady Eagles still just need 1 out to end this game, and they need to do it without allowing any more or many more hits. A high fly ball headed out to right field. This could do it, yes! And handled as Gallegos flies out to right field. Another nice catch out there for the 3rd out, and the Hobbs Lady Eagles have done it. They have won this one 12-7. and have split the doubleheader with Mayfield. I'll take a break and come back and wrap this one up with your Hobbs Lady Eagles beating Mayfield 12-7 after falling in the first game. And we'll be back with the last of your Lady Eagles softball tonight on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to the wrap-up for your Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Your final in the second game of this doubleheader, 12-7, Hobbs Lady Eagles victorious. And for your visiting Mayfield girls, they scored 7 runs in this one on 7 hits. They left 2 on base. They committed 4 errors. And for the Hobbs Lady Eagles, they had 12 runs on 11 hits. They left 5 on base. They committed no errors. The starting pitcher and the pitcher who was in the circle for the whole game was Ramirez for Mayfield, and she's your losing pitcher in this one. She was your winning pitcher in the first one, though. Yes, she pitched back-to-back games, full games, and she struck out 3 and walked 3 in this game. And your winning pitcher, Treviso, going the whole distance in the circle, she struck out 2 and walked 1. Got the job done and was your winning pitcher in this win for the Hobbs girls. They fell 13-2 in the first game, but they win the second one 12-7. They split the doubleheader with Mayfield, and now the Hobbs Lady Eagles are 2-1 on the season, and they are going to be playing. They're going to host the Black Gold Classic this next weekend with games on Friday and Saturday. And the Black Gold Classic will include Hobbs boys baseball with their games Thursday through Saturday this next weekend. So we'll be right back here, and we'll have some of those games. We'll do as many as we can. Of course, that weekend, Hobbs chose to have their Black Gold Classic again during the basketball playoff weekend. And so we are going to be doing basketball playoffs for girls and boys for Lee County. So we will do some of the games. We may not be able to do Friday games. We'll see. I think we'll have the Friday afternoon game. I think that Lovington is playing in the afternoon in the Black Gold Classic. We won't be able to do the evening game, I don't believe, on Friday, because the Hobbs girls are playing for their first playoff game will be on Friday, and it will be a home game. But we will have games on Saturday. We may be able to do 2 or 3 of those games next Saturday in the Black Gold Classic. So we'll do as many as we can, we promise. And then after basketball is done, we'll have the remainder, all of the Lady Eagles games for you, except for their out-of-town tournament games. So that's it. Hobbs splits the doubleheader, winning the second one, losing the first one, but winning the second one. Their winning score 12-7, and that's going to do it. So my thanks again to Ty Friend, to his wife Allison, for running a camera over when our first one died here. And we were able to give you a video on the last of that first game, the last couple of innings of that first game, and then all of the second. So thank you very much to everybody responsible in helping and making that happen. Good job, and thank you for the help. I'm Dawn Morgan, and thanks to Evie and Tiff Stuber for monitoring the video and audio for the games and communicating, and always a good job, and that's going to do it. We do acknowledge our sponsors. We were not able to play the commercials for tonight, but we will in the future, as we do have all of those sponsors on the bottom of the screen, though. They're banners that you've been able to see. So we thank all of our sponsors, and just say a very big thank you to everybody supporting the Lady Eagles. Congratulations to head coach Anthony Boyle and the Lady Eagle softball team for splitting with Mayfield, and for their 2-1 record so far, heading into that tournament that they get to host this next weekend, and we'll be a part of it and bring you more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball, either on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com, or Lee County News and Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Good evening.